Right and flip, up. Go right. Almost. There we go. Down. No, down. There we go. Up. Huh? Okay, Brandon, can you speak, please?
Yes, testing 1 2, testing 1 2.
Why is
Hello.
it so? Otherwise, we just need to speak from the computer. If you can hear us, the problem is only we can't hear him. Okay, no, but this mic is. Huh? Okay, this one must be off. Where's the sound? Is it just here? Is it the computer?
Your Lisa's mic is off. I can see that. So I'm hearing you through your laptop here.
The problem is, yeah, that's fine, but we can't hear.
Oh, me.
Let's try.
Okay.
Wait. Okay, yes. Okay, just I think I'm just trying to figure out the logistics here. If the echo is from here, where must I mute? Yeah.
Now unmute Lisa's laptop. Yeah, where Zuki's is. Okay, there we go.
Okay, Brandon, are you able to hear us?
I can hear you very faintly, PM, out of
Eileen, I just want to check with Brandon. Brandon, are you able to hear us?
Good morning, everybody. Yes, PM, I am able to hear you.
All right. Thank you so much. We are just about to commence, and we will be joined by Commissioner Madlingozi online there we go. Just send to Naledi. Whereafter I will give a quick introduction of today's proceedings. This is not the first time we are convening as a commission in respect of this matter. We will be joined by Commissioner to administer the oath, and whereafter we will then be handing over to the university. So let's just give it one more minute, and then we are going to proceed. All right. Professor Madlingozi, good morning.
Morning, Pio. How are you?
Good morning, Prof.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Doing very well. Prof, thank you so much. We can hear you. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, perfect. We will be proceeding then with the first item on our agenda. So I would just like to welcome everyone here. We're going to go through a quick round of introductions, and then I'm going to hand over to Prof. Madlingozi to administer the oath. The South African Human Rights Commission, in terms of our legislation, we have the mandate to investigate concerns in terms of what we either do an investigation on an own accord, or we receive complaints from the members of the public. But now there's some engaging on this platform on this matter. The university then have requested a postponement on the previous occasion, and we then granted, and because it's very important for us to have all of the information that is required for the commission to make a decision and a determination following into finding recommendations after this inquiry. So, Prof. Madlingozi, perhaps I can indicate or request whether you would like to administer the oath now, to allow us to also release you for the few minutes, or would you do you still have a few minutes for us to do some introductions?
Good morning, PM. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to all the participants. Are you able to hear me well? Are you able to hear me well? I can't hear anything from your side.
Yes, we can hear you.
Well, I can't hear from your side. I hope you can hear me. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for availing yourself. As the convention managers indicated, this is the continuation of our inquiry. I apologize that I'm not with you in person. There was a small mix-up. I hope you can hear me well and we can proceed well. My name is Sahrc Madlingozi. I'm one of the commissioners of the Human Rights Commission, commissioner in charge of education, equality, and anti-racism. As the PM indicated, the purpose of this inquiry is to investigate whether excessive force was used during the protests of May 2024 that took place in and around Walter Sisulu University. The allegation, of course, is that excessive force was used, that the frameworks and then applicable legislation, those powers were exceeded in terms of those prescripts. However, we are also interested in two things. Number one, we are interested in how the university, as well as the students' body, understand and implement the right to peaceful assembly, because of course we are very much clear that everyone has the right to protest. However, they need to do so within the law, and it should be peaceful. The second thing that we are really interested in understanding is how this conflict escalated. What led to the escalation? What led to the students going outside the university? And also, what were some of the mediation attempts that were made? We are doing this because, of course, as a Human Rights Commission, we are not interested in a punitive, kind of engagement. It's not only about saying, the police were guilty or the students were liable. The whole understanding is to understand, how we, first of all, implement crowd control policing procedures. Number two, how do we implement and uphold the right to peaceful assembly in the university, but also more importantly, how as a student body and all the stakeholders will collaborate to ensure that there is collaboration, there's debate, there's dissent, but there's also a spirit of activism within the law, within the university. So we started in August. In August, we were very much privileged and honored to hear from some of the students, to hear from some of the other stakeholders, including from the state, including from civil society, and so forth. There were participants that we had invited who either could not participate or did not participate. We are glad to announce that those participants who could not present to us did appear before us and to request a postponement. And I did grant that postponement. But there were participants who did not appear before us without any proper reason or excuse. For those participants, we then had to issue subpoenas in terms of our law. I understand, Provincial Manager, that today we have all the stakeholders and participants that we are looking for and that will be able to proceed. Without any further delay, PM, can you introduce the first set of witnesses, please?
Thank you so much, Commissioner. If you are able to hear us, I'm going to ask the colleagues around the table to please introduce themselves. If you are going to be speaking today and addressing the Commission, we will be asking that you undertake the oath, which will be administered by Commissioner Madeleine Ngozi. So if perhaps we can start from your side, ma'am, just to introduce yourself and also to indicate to us whether you will be speaking and undertaking the oath. You can proceed.
Good morning, Dr. Patience Mohaswa, serving as Executive Director for Student Affairs. I believe it will all depend on the reports that will be presented by my two colleagues, whether I will have to.
Okay, so would you prefer to undertake the oath? So if you do have to come in, that you are covered. All right, Commissioner, we will be directed by you for the first administration of the oath, or would you like to do it in one batch? We have we've got 7 colleagues in the room with us.
Yes, for those who are going to be speaking, may you indicate that you'll be speaking. I'll first ask the colleague from the executive director to please state their names for the record, and then I'm going to administer the oath, please.
My name is Dr. Patience Mohaswa.
Thank you so much. Are you going to be affirming, or would you like to swear to an oath? An affirmation or an oath?
Oath.
Do you?
Oath.
Okay, thank you. Do you swear that the evidence that you're going to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If that's the case, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So that we help God.
Thank you. Can we go to the next colleague?
Acting Director Facilities at Wantas City.
Acting Director Facilities, will you be speaking today, presenting today?
On certain stage, and there's an opportunity time when we need it.
All right. Commissioner, we'll be moving to the next colleague. Yes, ma'am.
Phyllis Kidiboni, Chamber Vice Chancellor's Office.
Will you be speaking today, Ms. Kidiboni? Not.
If there's a need.
If there's a need at this stage, not. Good morning, sir. Yes. All right. Will you be speaking today? Okay. Would you like to then undertake the oath?
I don't know if I'm speaking, but colleagues that are going to present, they might want us to clarify something so much.
Okay. Perhaps my recommendation would then be that you do undertake the oath so that we can have you on record if you do come in. Can I ask you to clearly state your name for Commissioner Madlingozi?
My name is Prince Kabula. I'm a Deputy Director for Spirit and Health and Wellness at Wantas University.
All right. Commissioner Madlingozi?
Thank you so much. Are you going to be swearing to an oath, or would you like to do an affirmation?
Good.
An oath?
You swear that the evidence that you're going to present before us is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. If that's the case, could you please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God"?
So help me God.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. My name is Siabulela Mnyaiza. Indeed, I will be speaking.
Mr. Manyiza?
Mnyaiza.
Manyiza?
Yeah.
There we go. Commissioner Madlingozi, we've got the next oath to be undertaken.
Thank you. The names again for the record, please.
Siabulela Mnyaiza.
Thank you so much. Are you going to be making an affirmation or swearing to an oath?
To an oath.
Thank you so much. Do you swear that the evidence that you're going to be presenting is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If that's the case, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much.
All right. And the next gentleman, good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can we have your name?
My name is Ntonzi.
Mr. Ntonzima, are you going to be presenting today?
Yes.
All right. Commissioner, we've got the next oath to be undertaken.
Thank you. The names once again for the record, please. Thank you so much. An affirmation or an oath, swearing to an oath for you?
An oath, sir.
Thank you so much. Do you swear that the evidence that you're going to present before us is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If that's the case, could you please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God"? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And the last person at the table, sir, can you introduce yourself?
My name is I'm the Director and the Vice Chancellor's Office. At this stage, I'm not so certain if I will have to give the evidence, but I think I should begin so that I think our two legal colleagues now can bring us in to clarify some sort. So
No problem. Commissioner, the next oath to be undertaken.
Thank you. The names once again, please, for the record. Could you please repeat your names for the record? Are you going to be making an affirmation or swearing to an oath?
An oath,
Thank you so much. Do you swear that the evidence that you're going to be presenting before us is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If that's the case, could you please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God"?
so help me God.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. That concludes the oaths and affirmations. Before we now proceed into the, welcoming everyone once again, as well as council, perhaps we need to also introduce ourselves. Tembi, perhaps let's start with you to just introduce the team from the South African Human Rights Commission side, ourselves as the panel. You've met Commissioner Madlingozi. He's the person online. He's our national commissioner, and he is chairing this panel into this inquiry. I'm Eileen. I'm the provincial manager from the South African Human Rights Commission. Council?
I'm Advocate Magadlela. I'm coming from the Bishop Bar. I've also been elected as one of the panelists.
And I'm Tembi Kilo. I'm his advocate.
Thank you so much. That takes us now into the presentation for the day. My recommendation is that we do proceed hearing from the university. We've got your presentation. We have it, and I'm going to ask that it be flighted as well by my colleagues. And then we're going to, who will be taking us through the presentation. So, all right. And then afterwards, we will be asking questions for clarity and follow-up information we might need. And Commissioner Madlingozi might be stepping out for a minute. But if so, we want to assure you all of this is being recorded. It is on record, and everything will be taken into consideration by all panel members at the conclusion of this inquiry. So I'm going to ask then that the floor be handed over to Walter Sisulu University to take us through your presentation for the day.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Fata. Good morning to Commissioner Madlingozi, as well as Advocate Mkandem. As earlier indicated, my name is Siabulela Mnyaiza. I will be making the presentation on behalf of Walter Sisulu University, as having been self-casted by the Vice Chancellor. We did receive led the some yeah seven issues were listed in the communication of the 25th, for which this commission seeks information from us as the university. And as such, then we have prepared our presentation, our responses in relationship to the seven issues as raised. Letter of the 25th. Let me also further, for that we are indeed grateful. The commission has directed us the events of the 7th of May 2024, in which allegations of use of excessive force during the WSU protest that took place in the city of Mthatha occurred. The university has prepared a written submission that I will put on record. This submission has been shared with this commission, as well as a few annexures that go with it. And along with those annexures that went with this submission, there were two video clips that were shared with the commission, which I hope the commission was able to do. Insofar, therefore, as the response of the university to the letter of the 25th of July, we wish to respond as follows. As a university, we note the correspondence of the 25th of July, that has been given to us. Insofar as this correspondence refers only to the incidences of the 27th of May, therefore our response is intended to only address those issues or incidents as they occurred on that day. As the university, we are quite mindful of the provisions of Section 40 of Act 40 of 2013, and in particular, the paragraph that has been referred, paragraph 11 thereof. As we report, we wish to record, for purpose of this investigation, that external security providers engaged by the university were not in any way involved on the incidents that occurred on the 27th of May, 2024. This incident, which formed the subject matter of this inquiry, having taken place outside the university premises on the national road, the N2 that goes through the town of Umtata. The university had initially anticipated that on the day it would deploy additional security, fidelity security on campus. That personnel arrived during the morning of the 27th, and that personnel could not be deployed at all because the events of the morning of the 27th overtook us. And so therefore, the security that the universities had sourced for the events of the day remained in the university campus. We have those familiar with the University of Umtata, we have a medical school that is located at Season Street, in the precinct of the Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital. You will know that facility is roughly 5 kilometers away from the university. And that is where the deployments of the university, or the additional security rather, that the university had sourced for the day was held. All crowd control activities of the 27th were overseen by the South African Police Services and not the university. And we will now set out here in responses to paragraph 7, which has the detailed questions that the Commission has highlighted for our response. The first of which is a detailed account on how the protest on or about the 27th of May unfolded at the campus. Deals with these questions, and I think it deals with it adequately. The incident that 27th of May did not occur at the university campus in Umtata. These incidences that occurred on the 27th occurred on the national road on the N2 outside the university premises, and therefore were not incidences in the control of the university. Second issue of second question was with regard to specific measures taken by the university to ensure the safety of its students during this protest. As earlier indicated, the protest occurred off campus at a time when university security had been chased off our campus by students during their protest, which preceded the 27th of May, 2024. The protest action on the 27th was not limited to WSU students, but also as part of a broader taxi shutdown protest that was occurring in Umtata on the day, which was quite widely publicized. We transmit, part of our documents, a letter from the Office of the Vice Chancellor, which was the university response to the incidents that occurred on the 27th. In that letter, the Vice Chancellor records the fact that in the early hours of the morning of the 27th, students of the Mthatha campus joined the Mthatha shutdown campaign organized by the Tax Center. It is also reported that they actively participated in the protest on the N2, where protesters blockaded the road, attacked public commuters, and the South African Police Services intervened to restore law and order. University management had received the reports indicating that there was gunfire on N2, resulting in serious injury to some of WSU students involved in the protest. To address this situation, management enacted the following resolutions, which are contained in the aforementioned communication of the Vice-Chancellor, which is attached here to as the first annexure to this presentation. One is that the communication of the Vice-Chancellor announced the closure of the Mthatha campus, that the campus was closed immediately and closed until further notice, that all students in Mthatha were then requested or required to vacate the premises, and all residences, both university residences as well as private residences, by the 28th at 10 o'clock. The letter further reported that the university's commitment to maintaining safety and orderly environment, and therefore any students acting outside the policies and endangering the safety of others will be subjected to necessary disciplinary action. The steps taken by university management and as such communicated to the student body were taken in the direct interest of preserving safety of university students, university staff, and university property. As indicated in the, again, attached here to us next to, in a clip or an extract drawn from the Daily Dispatch, it is recorded that students clashed with police and not with private security on that day. We move further then to the third point, 7.3, on how does the university typically coordinate with law enforcement and private security companies when protest or demonstration occurs on campus. The university does not normally engage law enforcement when peaceful protest occurs in its campuses. Private security are always on campus to protect life and property. The South African Police Services never came to the university campus on the 27th of May. The private security that is normally upon the university premises was there to ensure safety of all who enter the campus. And only in exceptional circumstances when students protest turns violent and the students are damaging university property, the university will engage additional security in order to ensure that there is control and that we protect lives of students and staff as well as property. Therefore, having made the point that the protest did not occur on the university campus and that private security forces engaged by the university were not present at the protest, the contents of this paragraph, of paragraph 2 of this correspondence, is therefore not correct in as much as it suggests that the protest occurred at Walter Sisulu University. As in response to paragraph 3 of your correspondence, we must also record that it is not correct in as much as the use of force by the South African Police Services fell outside the control of the university and did not occur on the university campus. We must again reiterate. We have transmitted to the Commission 2 video clips which show where the protest occurs. In the 2 video clips, I may just give you a summary. You will note in the one video clip, both those video clips show that the protest occurred on the N2 outside the university premises. In the one video clip, you will notice that there is a police van that is seen reversing from a crowd of students and turns and drives away from those students. That incident, for benefit of the commission, is between the university intersection on the N2. Those familiar with Umtata, you would know there's a set of robots in that intersection. And further down that intersection, approximately 200 meters, there's another set of robots towards the Sahrc garage in Umtata. Where that van turns, it is on the intersection to the Sahrc garage, meaning therefore, as that van was going up Nelson Mandela Drive, it could not even reach the university intersection, as blocked by the crowd that you could see in that video was burning material on that road, as evident by the smoke that you would have seen watching that particular video. The second video shows 3 policemen retreating in the face of a crowd of students that have got mattresses as shields. That those police are seen in that video firing tear gas at that crowd or to those students, and those students continued to charge at the police as they were retreating. If you look at that video, just to locate it again, it happens on the opposite side of the first video. As earlier indicated, the first video occurs between the university and the Sahrc intersection. The second video, you will notice, occurs between the university intersection and the Holiday Inn. So therefore, as you notice, those police, they are retreating in the direction of the Shell garage in Umtata. And we share these 2 video clips to show to the commission that the incidences of violence that occurred on the 27th did not occur inside the university premises, but these incidences actually occurred on the M2. And as can be seen in those video clips that we have shared, it is the police that engaged the students on that day, and not the university security that engaged students on that day. If I may then proceed further to point 7.4 of the questions, which is to the effect that what actions the university took immediately following the protest action to address concerns raised by students, specifically addressing allegations of live ammunition being used. The immediate action that the university took, which we have referred to, was to close the university, as communicated in the notice of the Vice Chancellor. Secondly, our security that had been requested for the day, because it was not engaged and we had closed the campus, was then returned and whence they came from. And thirdly, insofar as students that were with assistance of university arranged ambulances taken to the Umtata General Hospital, where they received their initial treatment, and those that required further treatment, we understand from the information that we have received that 4 of them required further treatment. Those were taken to the Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital. Furthermore, with regard to the issues at hand that were of concern to the university, management engaged with students. You will recall that as this incident occurs on the 27th, we had national elections scheduled for the 29th. And with the university closing their campuses, Mthatha approximately has a good 14,000 student populace. Majority of whom is voting populace. Majority of whom Mthatha is their registered voting area for purposes of these elections. And so therefore, although the university had decided to close the university and require students to go home, the university was requested in the interest of an elections that students not be evicted from residences to go home. And we the students that if any such concessions to be made, order must be restored in our campuses. And that was communicated to students, and students confirmed that order will be restored in our campuses, and therefore they were allowed not to vacate the 8th, but be able to vote on the 29th. And on the 30th, after the elections, management then met institutional see our campus in Umthatha. That had occurred that. And it evident from the meetings that a number of the issues that are the subject of student demand that had been earlier had been dealt with in earlier meetings between the university management and students. And so, and only 3 issues remained as we engaged with students on the 30th. And those 3 issues were issues that the university and the shared demands of students had indicated were not merely for management to agree on without further consultation. And so with management having engaged in further consultations, then management on the 30th of so the with, and you can notice that post the 30th engagement, the university when the incidents of the 27th occurred in the midst of an engagement with students that required certain consultation outside management to be done. That's for the benefit of the commission. What would those 3 things have been that require us to engage outside only management? I will mention 2 of the 3. One was the fact that students had requested that examinations in the university, our June examinations, be written online. As the commission would know, Baltasar University is a conduct university, and a standard convention in which conduct universities run their business. 2020 COVID allowed us to receive permission to be flexible in some of those. And so online conducting of some of our business was therefore permitted. The university made a resolution in 2020 through its university senate, wherein it stopped all online examinations. And consequently, examinations were being written physically, face-to-face, as at 2023, except in one program was being taught online and therefore was allowed to have online examinations administered. So when students in 2024 demanded to have online examinations written, it meant that management had to go back to Senate, the custodian of the academic business of the university, to present the matter and have Senate consider the request. That meeting was scheduled for the 23rd, for the 28th in terms of university records, which meeting would have considered the issue. And students were well aware of that issue. The second issue, which was still a bone of contention going into the 30th, was the fact that students were demanding that they must be reimbursed for 2 to 3 months in some of those instances in which students residents in the one resident that they were allocated to was not ready to accommodate those students. Again, most of our students are funded by NSFAS, and so therefore university transmits to students funds that are paid to NSFAS by students as their bursaries. And if any refund is to occur, that would require interaction with NSFAS. That was communicated to students, and that engagement with NSFAS were to occur. And so when we met with students on the 30th, the first physical meeting after these incidents, the outcome of those engagements were made. And again, it's part of those surprising things. Why did the 27 occur in the manner that it did? When student leadership was fully aware, fully engaged in the processes that were being engaged upon to ensure that the grievances that they had on the table were receiving necessary attention. I will then move to 7.5, which speaks to what medical support or assistance the university provided to those affected. The students that were affected, as earlier indicated, were admitted in the Umtata General Hospital, and then some admitted in the Nelson Mandela Hospital. An annexure that is attached to our report, that when these students were charged, it is the last annexure in the report, and is titled at the top, Umtata Health and Wellness for when students were charged from the.
So just interject. Brandon, I'm going to say do not line. It is private information and it shares the student numbers and details of students.
Yeah.
I prefer we discuss it just verbatim and we do not refer to the personal details of the students.
Good.
So we can proceed, sir. Thanks, Brandon.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Tragic. But those students that returned back to the university were then duly assisted by our health services, because we do have a primary health clinic in the university, as well as psychosocial services within the university provision of psychologists. And that those students were then assisted, both at the primary health, those that needed to have reviews of the wounds that they had suffered, needed dressing insofar as those wounds are concerned, and those that needed psychosocial assistance from our counseling services. I will then not go to the individual details of any of such students. The annexure does indicate what specific help was given to what specific students. And therefore, the university did take care of its students that were injured on the day. Once those students had returned to campus, where we could not take care of them is when those students were still in the hands of the various hospitals in Umtata, as is generally known in the medical space. Nursing has got its own different areas of operations, and Walter Sisulu nurses do not operate in the hospitals in Umtata. And only once our students are returned back to our own clinics in our own campuses, do we then attend to such students and their need. The sixth point that is raised is with regard to guidelines that govern student protest within the university. Again, transmitted with the university submission is an extract from the university prospectus. A copy of that prospectus will be made available if so desired. However, I would like to draw your attention of this commission to 2 paragraphs in that prospectus, both of which we have attached to the extract that we have shared in the commission.
Sorry to interject again, sir. Brandon, this information you can share with online as well. You're fine with that. Just make sure you skip, don't go through the documents to that portion. Just make sure what page it is, rather leave and then return to the screen as well. We just need to make sure that the information is protected. Am I correct if I'm showing to you, sir? Is it this one?
Indeed.
All right. Council?
Yes, I
Yes, we've got it. All right. Thank you. You can proceed, sir. We'll just flight as we receive it.
Thank you very much. And the reference is made to paragraph 14 of the university prospectus. And as you generally know, the university prospectus represents the rules and regulations that bind those that are in that relationship to study in a university. It is a standard document that contains all the rules that are relevant to our students, to their studies, as well as to their general conduct within the university. And all students, as a general practice, are given a copy of this document that they will familiarize themselves with the general rules applicable to the university. Paragraph 14 of this prospectus of the university provides for procedures for student meetings as well as gatherings within the university. And you'll notice that it requires that when any such gathering is required by students, that necessary authorization and approval must be sought from the Vice Chancellor. And we can confirm for purposes of this inquiry that no such permission was sought by our students on the incidents of secondly, again contained in the prospectus, and I'll refer to paragraph page 116 of the prospectus, paragraph 4. And that paragraph for students procedures in relation to how they should get protest within the university. And consequently, the understanding that a prospectus is the general rule of any student in any university to engage, conduct themselves, both insofar as protests are concerned, when they need to express grievance and need to demonstrate within university privacy. And with regard then to the university does not withhold this right when students have sought it and confirm that peaceful engagement of their protests will be undertaken. The last issue that is raised in paragraph 7.7 on how the university ensures that its response to protest is aligned to the Constitution. We would like to record for people that the rules that we have referred to as contained in our prospectus of the university earlier are aligned with the constitutional principles of this country. That we do allow for protests to take place and that it must follow standard rules as set out in the university. That we do allow for picketing to take place, but again, there are rules for all of these engagements for which students are allowed. And so therefore, our rules of the university do conform to the constitutional principles that we have, as long as peaceful protest and demonstration takes place. And the Student Disciplinary Code allows the university to enforce discipline where transgressions have occurred, and where students engage in unruly violent action, security is employed to protect life and property of the university. We therefore trust, in conclusion, that the above responses that were given to the Commission have adequately addressed the issues that the Commission has to gain better insight from the university with regard to the events of the 27th of May. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Taking into consideration the colleagues who've also been administered the oath, is there anything that anyone would like to add to the submissions made?
Not at this point.
Not at that. All right. Commissioner Matingozi, that brings us to the end of the formal presentation from the Walter Sisulu University. I'm going to now request whether council would like to take through the first round of questions, whereafter I can, if you are still online, handing to you for a round of questions. Otherwise, I will be taking it point. Council, can I hand over to you for the first round rather of questions in this matter? Thank you, Sir Council.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Nines, for the presentation. I will just have a few questions because it would be just clarifications, mostly on the evidence that was tendered by the students who testified on the last occasion. Just firstly, if though I may know, but it's just for purposes of record.
Yeah.
In instances, I'm making a scenario because it has been emphasized on the presentation that the protest and the injuries of the students occurred outside the premises of the university. With the experience of a university myself, there are incidences that occur outside, but however, a person will be a student of the university. Let's say it's an injury, or let's say it's a death of a student. Usually, which of us is in connection in terms of that situation? Let's say it's a student acknowledged as a student of the university, they are injured or a death occurs, then which of us actually works with that incident? Let me start there before I ask any further questions.
Yes, the office that handles such an incident, we call it in the University Student Affairs and Development Department, and that department has various sections in it, one of which I earlier mentioned, the health and wellness services within the university, as well as student governance within the university, in case family needs to be notified, and all of those actions will take place. So we do have a unit that looks after the welfare and well-being of our students.
All right. Usually, that office will be reported if an incident occurs. Someone will report, or how does it work? Is there an investigation in terms of if a student gets injured or death occurs?
Yes.
May I request that once you answer the question, you just introduce yourself again for the online participants?
Lulamile speaking.
Yes.
We do conduct investigation via the University Protection Services. Once we receive an incident report, they take lead to establish what happened. And then following that, share the information with the Directorate of Student Affairs with clear advice of what should happen. If there's death, it's clear what should happen. Student Affairs will report or contact the family. If it's the incident that required hospital, emergency services are always there. Even sport, protection services, or our student affairs call out our ambulances to take care of that incident. So we do have a severity of the incident, but the university is all around it on that.
Thank you, sir. And then let us just then go to this incident that brings us here. Now, from the report, I'm very much aware that this incident is very much known in the university. But I just need a confirmation. Then thereafter this incident, did investigations take place? I just need a confirmation or not.
To our knowledge, our security did notify the university that the incident, as communicated in the letter by the Vice Chancellor dated of the day of the incident, that we have had an incident on the N2 that involved our students, and our students had been hurt in that incident. So we were notified as the university, as contained in that letter of the 27th by the Vice Chancellor. Thus, we took the action to close. However, the incident occurred outside the university premises.
Thank you. Now, there is another question. propose. There's a point where you had mentioned that the university was in engagement with management, and if the issues that were engaged upon was the issue of the flexibility of the online examinations, and also the issue of the reimbursement of 2 to 3 months of allocated or unallocated funds by NSFAS. Now, with what was testified by the students, as much as it is being said in the report in terms of the incident of the protest, which was outside the university, the bone of contention and the protest on the day in question, by what was posed by the students, was the actual second issue of the investment of the NSFAS funds. Okay. Now, I want to just have a clarity. Was there any communication between the students, inclusive of the SRC and the management, in terms of a potential protest that will take place upon the second issue?
Chair, leading to the 27th, management had held a series of meetings with students on the 20th and the 25th, in which these issues were discussed, in which the direction that the university would adopt, the specific item number 2, which is an NSFAS matter. That's not a matter that the university on her own makes a decision on. That the university has to consult with NSFAS insofar as the compensation being sought. Students were well aware in all of those engagements as to what the action that the university intends to take in order to resolve those specific issues. And so therefore, meetings did take place with students on the 20th, on the 27th, pardon me, on the 25th, to consolidate the various responses and set out a way forward how this, amongst others, will have to first go to NSFAS, and then that feedback will then be translated if we are given the green light to proceed and provide the funds.
And just the note of what you have annexed in your documentation in terms of the procedures, we have noted that. Now, after the engagements, as you have mentioned, I just would like to get a confirmation or a non-confirmation, that is, within the procedures as noted in clause 14 of the prospectus and clause 4, where they are followed in terms of the communication between management and the students. Oh, sorry, the ones in terms of student meetings or gatherings, and then thereafter the procedure in relation to the protest. Was there any notification from the SRC to management?
No, there wasn't any. Leading to the 27th, on the 25th, where we issued that were unresolved, we know what the issues are of issues to the solution on, and how the other 3 issues were going to progress, so that we could all then find. University had arranged these meetings. For example, team engagement on this protest, so that management decision to accept the recommendation is made can be made. 2, we had a Senate meeting scheduled for the 28th, which was going to look into the online issue. So that, because that's a Senate decision, it's not a management decision. 3, we were going to engage with NSFAS so that they too, on the matter that pertains to them, can be able to give us a green light in the proposed solution. And when we met with students on the 28th, we actually pardon me, on the 30th, we then confirmed the outcomes of these engagements, because the University Special Senate still took place on the 28th to consider the issue of online. And that Senate made a decision to say, under the circumstances, therefore Senate does allow, in particular circumstances, that online be allowed. And those circumstances were well spelled out in the Senate resolution. And that's when we communicated again with students on the third year, we were clear on the NSFAS issue, that in terms of the NSFAS rules, how a possible refund could be made within what is termed known as allocation, which was permissible under the particular circumstances. And so therefore, as a university, frankly speaking, we were quite taken aback with the incidents local 27, when on the 25th, all and sundry had an understanding of how the process is going to unfold, to which answers, when we met on the third year, were then confirmed as previously indicated.
Just one more question. I will then assume this one will go to the student health and wellness. We have had evidence of injuries to students, and it's more serious than the other ones. In the time in which we had communicated or questioned the witnesses that are students at the university, and none of them had confirmed any psychological assessments. From then forth, is there confirmation that the department is actually now liaising with those students who were affected on the day in question?
Can I allow my student affairs colleagues to give you a direct response?
Okay.
Can I ask that they do introduce themselves? You have undertaken the oath? Yes. Can I ask that you introduce yourself again and just very clearly speak towards this microphone, the computer, please?
Irene Mohaswa, serving as Executive Director, Student Affairs. Earlier on, Mr. Munyeza confirmed that the campus health clinic personnel did contact the hospital. Immediately, they also contacted our counseling unit. Remember, on that day, staff members were not at work because the roads were closed, the entry road was closed. Therefore, the counseling unit, after receiving the information, they then followed up with students. Even though they were not on campus, they made sure that when they come back to campus, they follow through all the students, hence the names that are provided, and given that support. And it's worth noting that at some point, our psychologists confirmed that some of the students were saying they were preparing for exams and would rather then come later. So there's evidence of all the students that were contacted immediately afterwards so that they can be given the necessary support. Thank you.
On the side, that's it. All right. Thank you so much. I'm going to perhaps just pose a few questions before I'm going to we'll check in with Commissioner. So from my side, one of the comments made by the university was that the university curious was chased off campus. Can I be provided with a little bit more information on that? How did that occur? Was there any investigation of that? Were there cases reported to the South African Police Service in respect of security officials being chased off or hindered from performing their duties? And did you receive a report from your security officials in terms of identifying where, what, how that took place? Just a little bit of clarity on that. Then I've noted a few times reference to the South African Police Service. So one of the comments that were made is SATS never came to campus on the 27th of May. All right. Can you, I sense, was there a request for them to come? Was there no request for them to come? Was there a need for them to come? Or was there no need for them to come? That's my first question. And then to piggyback on that, have you had discussions and engagements with the South African Police Service, either prior to this incident or subsequent to this incident, in how to address student unrest on or adjacent to campus? Because what we're hearing here as the Commission is that there's a very clear line, and you've gone through quite some measures to point us to the circle and the road and almost parameters to the centimeter to say us and them. Now that for me creates a little bit of a concern, because we're not absolving ourselves here from the safety of students. We can't. Although we do appreciate the different mandates and different thresholds, etc., and who comes in where. Mine is just to ask, what has the engagements been with the university and the South African Police Service? Because the safety of students remains also in the hands and the mandate of the South African Police Service when we speak about the Constitution. It's not when you enter these gates or when you exit these gates, we hand over. It's a constitutional right to freedom of security, of safety. So I'm just wondering, is there a space here that needs to be improved, perhaps, between the university and South African Police Service to prevent an almost handing over of the baton? To say, now we have drawn the line, you've entered into this centimeter of this road, which we now classify as outside of the university, and we leave it at that. And perhaps if there can be just a little bit of clarity on whether there are any plans in place to strengthen this relationship, and not move almost on a handover basis. So that's my first, but perhaps context and question in that respect. We've seen your prospectus. Thank you so much. It again, when going through the documents, it does provide a little bit of context on what information is being provided. But it's like a school code of conduct. We also need to remind students, and train students on very important documents that, number one, is not only important for them staying on campus and ascribing to the values of campus, but number two is important for their safety. So mine would be, perhaps Student Affairs will come in to ask, how often are students sensitized in respect, I think it's paragraph 14, in respect of paragraph 14, and is there a manual? Is there a handbook for students on how to protest safely, peacefully, with a step-by-step? So this is more just for me to understand where we are with a conceptual understanding when I enroll at WSU. So that's my second question. Then we have heard from students, and we've heard why the taxi fraternity and the transport fraternity was also participating in these activities. And it drew the line back to NSFAS. Were those transportation issues discussed on the meeting of the 20th and the 25th? And we live in climate change times. For those online, it's horrible weather currently for an online engagement, so we do apologize. So were those discussed, and what was the outcome, and was those issued, the transportation specifically, captured under general NSFAS issues of the three outstanding matters that you indicated were outstanding from the 20th and the 25th? And what is the university's position on the transportation issues? And if you do have a position, have you engaged with the specific role players, not NSFAS as the funder, but with the specific role players on the transportation issues? And flowing from that, because the university has very pertinently pointed out that there were 3 unresolved issues. But we are sitting with a situation that it erupted, it escalated. And now also with having been informed that no notice was provided to management that there will in fact be a protest activity occurring on the campus. Which makes me want to ask what the relationship is with student management, between university management and student management. And in your view, what can be done to strengthen that relationship? And then perhaps just the last one, oh no, let me park that. I will come back to my last follow-up question, which I'll pose to all of you, but I perhaps first want to hear your response to the questions posed. So who can I hand over?
Go ahead.
All right. Can I ask
PM, can I follow up? Can I piggyback on those questions?
No problem, Commissioner. Let's hand over then to you for the for your round of questions. Then we can deal with all of the questions as a whole. Would that be suitable to there's agreement, Commissioner? I'm handing over to you for your round of questions.
Yes, no, it is just follow-up questions. So I thought I should pose it now. I've switched off my camera because the sound is not clear. I hope you can hear me now.
We can hear you.
The first question goes to the third issue that you asked around the code of conduct, because we are very much interested in, how students and the management understands the code of conduct. We have posed very clear questions to student leaders and to the students to say, number one, what do you understand to be peaceful assembly? Number two, what are you doing to educate your members about the need to protest peacefully? I'm saying this because, as a commission, of course, we uphold rights, but we are also interested in responsibilities of all role players. So I want to assure the WUSO team that we are very much concerned to also ensure that students protest within the law. Earlier on in the introductory presentation, the university indicated that they only engage with law enforcement authorities when a protest stops becoming or stops being peaceful, or they engage with law enforcement, with the police, when the protest turns violent. So my question is really that the understanding of what is peaceful and what is violent, it is not a mere semantic. It really goes to the heart of how things escalate. I'm asking this question because of two presentations to us in August. The one presentation was from the Right to Protest Coalition, which is based at the University of Wits University, which is a civil society organization. And their presentation to us was to the effect that most protests escalate or get out of hand on this thin line between what is peaceful and what is regarded as violent. Secondly, students also, in response to our question, indicated that, all they did was to disrupt proceedings. And for them, disruption is not violence. It is still within the bounds of the understanding of peaceful. So without going into too much details or even a specific incidents, but also without being too abstract, the understanding of what is peaceful, what is violent. How has the university, you know, uh, debated with students, but also arrived at a common understanding of what should be regarded as peaceful? Is coming into a classroom and disrupting exams, violent? Is sitting in the vice chancellor's office or building violent? Is blocking the road leading into the university violent? So I'm saying that, I'm not just asking Wuso. Remember, this inquiry is also streaming online. So for pedagogical purposes, is there a common understanding between the university and students about what is regarded as peaceful? Number two, what are some of the, training mechanisms that you have, workshops, seminars, training of new SRCs, where you engage on this question, if you can outline that if you have not done so. So that's number one, this question of peaceful and violent, because as I said, not only at universities, but also in our communities, it really goes to the heart of how things escalate, so to speak. My second follow-up question from what Dr. Carter was asking is on this practice of shutting down campus. So in the presentation, we were told that once there were some shootings, the university decided to shut down campus and ask everyone to vacate. Now, the students said the following to us. They said to us, they regarded this as a betrayal. They would have thought that when things escalate outside of the university campus will be a refuge, a place where they can go for security, for safety, and for psychosocial stability. Now, we also saw this during Christmas Fall, where universities decided to shut down campus so that students can go and be locked out of the premises. So, what is your response to the students' understanding that the practice of shutting down campus and therefore forcing students to go and fend for themselves in a very violent setting? The police are shooting, there's a taxi strike, there's chaos in town. The one place that they think should be a place for security, for refuge, is locked down. Upon further reflection, does the university believe that this is the right way to go, to shut down campus and to ask students to go out there and fend for themselves, as it were? Is this practice actually, yes, it does make sure that there's protection of property and personnel, but for the student, it really expels them out there, as they said to us. Is there a way of ensuring that in a violent situation like that you can secure property and life on campus without shutting down campus? That is my second question. My last follow-up question has to do with the post-protest scenario. Dr. Carter was asking about, or earlier, the question was about, what the university did when they hear that students were injured. And I think the university answered very well to say, number one, they did go to the hospital. Number two, they provided psychosocial counseling services, which I must say is very commendable. My question is, after a very, massive incident like that, where there's been allegations of live ammunition being used, where there's, damage to property and so forth, besides counseling and also looking after injured students and making sure that people can apply for for Sahrc examination and for alcohol test. Is there a practice within the university to have a indaba, in bizo, to reflect on the lessons that were learned from that incident? As I said, a very, violent incident, not from a trauma medical perspective, but from a political perspective. How, as a university body, do we learn from this? So for me, this is only for my own purposes. Is there a practice within the university to engage in a common political reflection after any incident such as this, so that escalation does not happen in future, so our students know what they can do, what they cannot do, but also because students were using language like, we felt betrayed by the university. So in order to repair relationships, is there such kind of post-incident political reflection amongst parties? Thank you so much, PM.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're going to hand over to the Walter Sisulu University. If there's any questions for clarity, we can just give a follow-up. Commissioner, we do apologize. There's a massive storm outside. It is making a lot of noise and it's also impacting on the connectivity, but we hope that you are able to follow. We are recording proceedings as well. We will be having the handheld recorder as well available to make sure we've got everything on record. Walter Sisulu, handing over to you.
Yes, we are calling responding Commissioner Carter. Thank you for the question. Some people, I'm sure, let me start here, Commissioner Carter, on the question of us having discussions or even inviting them on the table. I think we must put it out, Mr. Mayor, that we did not invite police, because we are asking that. We keep saying that on that day they didn't come. Were they invited? One, was there need to invite them? Two, and maybe let's put this one out clean. No, we didn't invite Sahrc that day. And two, there was no, use the word incident on campus and was requiring us to invite intervention of Sahrc to deal with the students on campus. Maybe to put context as we, which I think it has been put out, Commissioner Carter. As we were waking up, and Mr. Tomeko Laboratory is here, of the 27th morning, very early hours, I think around past 5 to 6, I don't think, past 4, students were walking by foot from our residences to join the N2 road. So there was genuinely no need for us to call Sahrc for students, because students had walked out of the university to join the public protest. But I want to link this before I go to the question of our relations with Sahrc, Commissioner, with the question of the taxi police, sorry, the taxi strike. I think it is public there, and the voice notes were around, I'm not sure we still have them, that on a day before this day, there was a public proclaimed shutdown by the Taxi Association of Mthatha. It was public. There was voice notes, there was everything, there was social media statements that on the 27th, nothing was happening in the town of Mthatha. I'm bringing this, Commissioner, to say, when that was happening on N2, it was not, maybe use the word, a university strike being taken on N2. There was already a proclamation and people owning the shutdown of Mthatha as the tax associations. Therefore, there was no need for management to call police when people who have claimed strike are striking for their own reason on the public road, which it was between the government and the associations. So I'm trying to put to context when someone says why didn't we call the police to stop students on N2? On that said day of 27, it is public record, it is for public consumption. Tax Association had closed and shut down the town. And for the record, it was not the first time tax associations shut down the town and police deal with it the way they deal with it. And they mobilize stakeholders, which, by the way, those include students who use these taxes on day to day. So their participation there on the first moment we hear about it had nothing to us to do with the university disagreement with students, had something to do with the shutdown. As a result, our staff that was not at work on that particular day was not because students had removed them on the 27th with particular. It was because there was a shutdown across Mthatha for anyone to move campus. So I'm linking here, Commissioner, why didn't we call the police? Was there need to call the police? That matter of tax associations and transport is really something outside the university. And people who participate there, some participate because they relate, some because they own taxes, some because it affects them. And the reasons varied from one. But then, also I want to dispose this part, Edith. Then there is a part that links that the tax strike was related to NSFAS. To our knowledge, and of course, as a university, that is not true to our knowledge. Also to the public voice notes and the public proclamation of the strike. There was a Mthatha tax violence, to our knowledge, and per those voice notes, that the police confiscated some taxes and some weapons from the tax associations. And on the day, tax associations were fighting with government, requiring whatever was taken from them to be given back to them. And they've closed the whole town, not the Wusu intersection, which ordinarily, if it was Wusu strike, it would have been the students going toward the Wusu gates, being pushed back, being pushed forward. It was through the town, City, a bypass everywhere of Mthatha, and that's public knowledge as well. So it is not true that Wusu had a disagreement with tax associations about NSFAS, and as a result, tax associations were on that strike because they are either supporting students or with students. That was a total different case, which I think all parties there use it for their own reasons. I think that's important to be clear as well. But let me go back, Commissioner Carter, to the question you asked of us and police. We have a good relationship with the police. We had said, I think now 2, if not 3, we have launched what we call campus safety with the National Commission, not even the provincial one, with the National Commissioner and all the provincial stakeholders, which was likely launched to be in Mthatha campus. This program that is called, we even launched what we call campus policing, which the police are taking number of students, train them in saying how do we deal with campus safety and making those reports. So those programs are continuing. We have 2, what we call an interforum with the Mthatha 2 police commissioners from Central and Madeira that work with our campus management in Mthatha on all incidents. We had done raids in Mthatha. We've done many other things with police in trying to make sure the campus is safe. And there are numerous other collaborations that we are doing with the police in that space, which in that launching of campus safety, we had signed about these parties, SAPS and the university, different documents that help us co-create and manage these incidents together. But what we have not been doing, and now it's clear, is that we had an understanding of, for example, I think as part of the evidence, there's a letter from municipality that speaks about students sitting in the road. And we have said not once with both the local mayor of Mthatha and the district mayor of Mthatha, Councillor Nelani and Councillor Mondalan, and their predecessors in trying to deal with that process where students sit there. At some point, the university committed to fence the space that was open and students were using to drink. And just next to it, if you go by Mthatha, you will see a big green now revived space where the university, as part of that commitment, fenced and took care of that big loan there so that students don't sit as they used to do and drop bottles into spaces. But those engagements continue. We just had a third stakeholder now, the Eastern Cape Liquor Board, joining us in and also electing a number of students to be liquor ambassadors, so that to demonstrate we are trying to combat and come together in dealing with issues that affect us all. And my point is to say here, there is a cooperation between us and the stakeholders that we work with. There is no process that we say, once they're out of the gate, they're not our problem, as long as they're outside. We work together, including the mayors of village, that the Vice Chancellor met through their forum that came to complain about students making noise in their areas. So we don't have a case, Commissioner Kanda, that we say out of the gate, out of sight, out of our problem. We still take care of our students the best way we can as they go. But what would be different in this case is that when Mthatha has its own strike as the public, it's really something outside what the university can do. Differently to a case where there is a WUSU strike that leads to a public. Now there is a public strike that is joined by some of the WUSU students in that process. And how that is resolved really would be us interfering if we say we get to that point. But I think I made the point about us having close and good working relations with the police, and where we can collaborate, we continue to collaborate in tackling various other crimes that affect it. I think we all know there have been issues of extortion in Mthatha, and we had made sure campus is safe from such incidents, including students who now stay in what we call off-campus residences. We had made sure that there's better safety in those spaces. There's a clear patrol looking in those, that goes as far as Burkina, Kandelizwe, Zimbabwe, and so on. We are both using them and trying to make sure students out of these processes, that even if a student is caught in Ngandelizo debt, for example, as we're asking, immediately they identify to the university student. They have a straight line to Mr. Dewitt and Mr. Toma, who's the security in the campus. That's it. And that added GBV and rape cases that happen outside university, but the university is brought in because if someone, a student, got affected in what was used to be called So What Lounge in Mthatha at the time, our health and wellness unit of the affairs need to help that student to go through that trauma. If science doesn't report to us, we have no other way of knowing. I must say, now that I put dead in the spaces, science informed us. Is so in packet for science incidents and then incident that outside limits that happens between us and just get improved largely in these. Maybe check COVID time. Is fighting. We have with what you in the this time the improved student management relationship on issues that the Vice Chancellor always insists we need to act and act swiftly and act quicker where we can provide solutions. It is for that reason that even on this matter, SRC of Nkatha is on record in that meeting, and them saying, we were all waiting for the due date that we have agreed upon when we found students of SAMA striking, of Sambulu's campus, striking outside SRC. We had to try to join them to control the process, but we were all have reported to them and waited for this conflict. So between student leadership and management, there is a good understanding of issues being raised and VC delegating senior management staff to respond to issues that are quickly coming out of them. But also Student Affairs monitoring that decisions taken by management are implemented, because we're not going to take decisions here, and different units must implement those. And if there are hiccups, Student Affairs being able to fit back to management to resolve those things, which I think it's what has drastically dropped our problems with students. That's why students would hear them saying in this incident, our problem was the last point of money. It was a problem because that is a matter that falls slightly outside management power to resolve immediately, but to wait for NSFAS, who has got its own processes, to advise us. In all the issues that were on management power, as students would put, as we're saying, they're saying, all those had been resolved because management moved speedily. To demonstrate this, the convener of those meetings is the Deputy Vice Chancellor, which shows how serious you take those meetings. The members of that meeting, so I don't know the registrar, COO, myself, Student Affairs, and all the deans. So this is the senior delegation of the university sitting with student leadership to show and demonstrate how we take these issues seriously and how we are able immediately to provide leadership. We don't send junior staff where we say, we are still waiting to hear if management will take this thing. And students can confirm this process in the number and various things that we have faced with them. So I think our relationship with student and management, of course, can never be perfect. Students are students, but it is at a very, very, very high level. As a result, number of strikes in the university have went down drastically. And I'm giving to you, Mohasa. The commissioner online put a question about students feeling betrayed as they submit students when we close campus, when they face the might of the law outside and want to run the campus. As the commissioner put it, straight from 2015, he says an ongoing discussion. One commissioner, when students come to university, as we said, they are almost or fully a responsibility of the university for their safety. And it has been mixed signals that on time of such incidents where students left the university and disrupted public and also destroyed property, public property, and the law enforcement is taking its course, and we use the word properly, give a refuge camp to students, which the police have got a limit, right, not to enter our gates unless we have got a legal document, which is the part that was important. We don't just call police to come to campus. When they must come to campus, we must go get an order from court for them to come and help us to handle whatever situation. So when students protest and destroy public property and run to university, the police end on the gate. And students every hour will do the same thing. To get in the university, police stop there, go back, and when the police think it is gone, they go out and do the same thing. But in that moment, students who don't want to be part of that protest, get abused by students. In Tata, if one has been in our campus, when you get on our campus, on our left, we've got two first-year residences, KGP and KGC. These residences, in their first floor, which is almost 70 students each, boys and girls, we have resolved as management to accommodate our students with different disabilities, varying from visual site, and many others. Now, these students are at the university safety, protected and everything, because we need an easy access for them to get those residents prepared, fully and finished for different disability student spaces. And the university students, which are on strike, when they run from the police, they go to these residences. And some of the incidents we have, Mr. Dube, on record, is that these students have been violated by senior students. I think also our submission, Mr. Tabula from the psychology also state that students say some of us forced to join this process. But when they get in those residences, they then now abuse the students who can't defend themselves, taking them to strike, tear gassing students who are partially visually impaired, who cannot see once a tear gas is sprayed under the door, and they then get to need medical attentions. Now, how do you then protect, as the question asked by Commissioner, can't we provide a refuge camp at the same time, protect property, at the same time, secure these students who are being affected? And in our collective wisdom as the university, we are unable to do that because the student on protest, when they get on residence, get to abuse the student who refuse to join the protest for one reason or the other. And now you are not going to put police and security on each room of each res to make sure that students who are visually impaired are not tear gassed by senior students. Students who are first years who are minding their business are not beaten to join the strike. Now, if you keep these visually impaired students on university because their academic calendar is continuing, then those students get the victims. Now, we must then choose how we best protect these students. And parents have always encouraged towards visually impaired students, and some are brought by their parents, that if such things are happening, you better alert me to come pick up my child. And you cannot say those who are visually impaired, physically impaired, and other things must go home. The best is to temporarily close the university. And also, as I'm answering this part, is we have always engaged students that if we keep them inside when they run from police, we are also impeding the law enforcement to do its job properly, because they know they can get inside here. So if they want to go to violent publicly property, they must then do that without hiding through person. So I think we need to put it clear. It is not a university betraying students when it is closing its doors in times of violence. It is actually university securing life, because if students sent home, nobody will go confront police tomorrow. And whoever publicly in charge is fighting police won't shield through students to do that act of violence, which is what happened in this case. And it will not bring university into these discussions on issues outside its own power to correct. So when you close, you are protecting those that are being violated, but you're also giving a ceasefire moment to students than giving them a refuge camp to always go inside violence and run to campus. But on a good day, when students protest and are raising their concerns, we deal with those without police. As the record would show, we have got very, very few incidents where police come. And someone is asking here, how do you define violence? While students have a right to strike, Commissioner Carter, they also have a right to respect the other person's right. So if class law 101 is angry about the letter of 101, those students have got a right to not attend that class and protest for the dean, for the Ndonzima registrar, for anybody to come address them. But the minute they decide that students are doing science 101 must therefore by force not attend, those students attending their protest will be violent, because now they are starting to force people who are not part of their group to be there. It's the same. If students for us, as the normal do, are saying NSFAS didn't pay us As a result, we are fighting for that. The university is always understanding what that is a bigger group. As a result, we have shifted this year's calendar with 3 weeks extra moving up because NSFAS was unable to pay on time meal allowances and students were raising genuine concerns. How do you go on class when we can't eat? You can't then say by force, we will put police, you must go to class. So in such incidents, the university respond at the best it can and how it can accommodate students. But a non-violent protest, it's when people raise their concern, take up their right to protest, but respect the next person's right that you can't force to protest. And in every induction, every student parliament that the university hosts, Kalonzima is charged as a registrar to go explain these rules. It's 3 times a year, if I'm correct with Irene, that we have parliament almost every quarter. So how is it violent? Immediately you want to stop natural science from attending as they did and go remove students doing their practicals. Those students need protection from you as a striker. And remember, not all the time the protection is for the university. Most times it's the student that feel is being violated by the student who wants students to go on strike. And as a university, you have got to protect the students. We have our health students, those who know, every day at 7, you must take a bus taking them to hospitals and clinics around the region, up to Lusikisik, as we deliver them every day, up to Tsono. So immediately a student that is on strike for geography fails to stop a bus of doctors and nurses leaving the university. Those students need a protection from this student who wants to violate, because students, beat students, as the commissioner was mentioning in 2016 and 2015, we have got various places where students were beaten by other students to join the strike. And the university has a right to protect these students in making sure these things don't go through. We have in Davos, a lot of them, various issues. Just last week, on the 27th of October, in Queenstown, we had what we call a student in Davos about transformation. So in number of our engagements in Parawe, were the men's in Davos, in Davos, where we talk about GPV and how should we be collected each other. So a question of to reflect on the incidents through what we have every quarter, institutional student parliament and campus parliaments. Our students debate and discuss various issues, including new laws, including new amendments in the constitution and various other things. So those then help us to engage various issues, including this issue. But between management and SRC, not to be precise, I think on the 30th ET, if I'm correct, we had a reflection of this incident and where student leadership in particular came to state their case of what they think happened and that they are trying by so means and requesting to be given a chance to engage students and explain where the miscommunication, using their words, was between the management and the student populace. Leadership claiming to understand the decision that we were waiting on NSFAS to help on that issue. So I think I have tried, Commissioner Kata, to tackle our relationship with SEPs and other stakeholders in that space. I have tried to clarify the issue of taxi fraternity strike and NSFAS. At least to our knowledge, it had nothing to do with NSFAS. I still don't know if there was anything to do with NSFAS. And for me, it's a whole separate question how we deal with the transport issue, because we have never had a strike between us and tax associations or buses and anybody in terms of the violent strike. Like in any contract, there are disagreements here and there, NSFAS changing rates up and down. Those things are handled by different people who engage back and forth, which they were convened this year 3 times by Minister Emerson Ngata to convene all the stakeholders that are in transport, including us as a university, including Buffalo City College, including NMU, including Forte, to talk about student transport, which is funded by NSFAS, and what's the best model. But to say that strike of this association had anything to do with WUSU and NSFAS, that one is out, and I think public information can put that point out. Student and management relationships, I think I've tried it here as well there. I think what then I would leave to the ED and others is the question of health and wellness. I think was raised as well here, some parts of health and wellness. But I think in the university camp, student refuge camp, I've tried to say, why is that impossible for us to do that on its own other problems? And when you are asked, you kept students knowing they're a danger from themselves, it's then an unanswerable question that why do you not act to protect all students? And you know, if they go home, each one, which must be clear, Commissioner Kat, they're not going on streets. When university close, students go home, and we give them time to prepare to go home. And those that need assistance, student affairs always assist them to go home. Those who decide not to go home, it's genuinely their own reason for not going home. And political reasons, the political formations deciding to give them other camps somewhere, which is something outside the university. So to be clear, we don't send students on the streets. We send them home, where, by the way, we take them when they come to school. We take them from home. And when we close school, we return them home where we think they are better safe because they're no longer in groups. They are each one to their home and at least at the safety of their parents and the safety from other students. Let me stop there, commissioners, and I'm sorry to take long. I tried to tackle all the various questions to my understanding and the university process.
Thank you so much. Is there follow-up or addition?
Unless student affairs would like to emphasize the thing or two, Dr. Mohaso.
All right, Doc.
Thank you, Mohaso here. I would want to add a few aspects on the relationship, just to indicate that there are standing meetings between EMC and the SRC, even outside of any protest or any. Just to confirm that when the SRC, that is now currently serving, management came in their induction session and outlined how they are going to engage with them. That was the first meeting. The second one was in their inauguration session, where management as well expressed how they're going to engage with them. Just after July, after exams, before we started with the third term, management had a meeting with the SRC, just finding out, is everything okay? Are we ready to go? Subsequent to that, in October, I think first week or so of October, we had a meeting with management and the SRC, where they were actually thanking them for how they've conducted themselves so far, and to say, as we complete the year, let's ensure that everything will go smoothly, but they remain open. Secondly, I want to emphasize what Mr. Nolu said in terms of the relations that we are having with the SRC and management. In 2023, Student Affairs came up with a strategy of saying, normally at the beginning of the year, there would be that where students feel that if their issues are not attended to, they should. Therefore, there was a plan of having standing meetings. If it's registration matters, the registrar will be called. We also have, with the newly appointed faculty executive deans, rope them in so that they are part of those meetings. So if it's an issue on NSFAS, then the CFO will be called. If it's an issue affecting a particular portfolio, then that portfolio manager will then come on board and present. In terms of support training that we are providing to them, when SRC is taken oath, one of the aspects that are included in that oath is that I will behave myself accordingly in line with the rules and regulations of the university. Take that oath in a public space. Trainings, yes, we do have the following trainings. One, knowing your university when they come on board, and all the portfolio managers starting with the register come and present expectations in terms of rules and regulations. We are also having MCA, which is marketing and communication, that will also speak on how negative conduct impact on the reputation of the university, and even give them examples of some of the challenges that we have because of the conduct. And from Student Affairs, I can confirm that this year, specifically to address the challenge of confrontations and protests, we had presentations on crucial conversations and how to engage even when stakes are high. It was for the interim SRC that was in charge from Jan up until March. When the new SRC took over in April, they were also taken through the very same. Then we also had student governance and leadership presenting on protocols that should be followed, their concerns. Then post the protest, what did student affairs do? In as much as health and wellness unit had provided medical support, a psychosocial unit also providing out to students. They also issued a poster because we felt there may be students who are traumatized. They don't know where to go. A poster was issued and posted on the website so that students could then reach out. And that was also shared with the residence team. I also want to emphasize that in as much as student affairs is providing these trainings, we are working collaboratively with other states, including the Eastern Cape Liquor Board, where we are addressing some of the challenges. And I must say, through that engagement, we are also able to reach out to the councillors. I can confirm that with the 3 Eastern Cape Liquor Board workshops that we had at Mthatha, Pomani, and Batawe, we also had traditional leaders. We also had subs on board. We also had councillors on board, raising their concerns and reaching out to the industry to say, we are here, we want to engage. That there are so many initiatives that they would want to have so that they engage with us. Recently, we had a graduate invited subs as a stakeholder that is crucial, not only to be invited when there are protests. What are we doing as a way of restorative justice, specifically on this incident of the 27? We had a restorative justice session with the Mthatha campus SRC and the structures. Remember earlier we said the structures took over this protest without engaging with the SRC. So we could realize that there were these challenges between the structure and the SRC. So we had a restorative justice session from the 31st, it was on a Friday, Saturday the 1st, and Sunday the 2nd of June. In those sessions, this is what was done. Firstly, there was a separate session with the structures to find out why do you undermine protocols and not engage the SRC when you've got challenges? And they raised their concerns. Following that, we had a separate session with the SRC where they were also requested to indicate what could have led to these challenges. They also raised their. Then we also had the ISRC as well, sharing their views. And then we brought all these 3 groups together. And then in that session, they presented what they think should be done moving forward. Meaning that, you know, when you get into office as an SRC, you are so vulnerable. Your structure always holds you accountable. So there was this division amongst them because they are from different political structures. And some took advantage of the situation. And they're actually affirming in their note to say, we were vulnerable. We are not aware that now that we are in office, these are some of the things that we need to do so that I'm saving all the students, not necessarily allegiance to my own structure. And in that session, we also presented on conflict resolution, crucial conversations when stakes are high. And the acting director for student governance had a session specifically on restorative justice. And after that session, we closed and we believed with intervention that we had put at Mthatha, we need to take this restorative justice sessions to other campuses to manage this particular challenge. In terms of students with disabilities, just to add to what Ngateni said, when the Vice Chancellor issued a notice that students should leave, one of the things that was done immediately was to engage with the manager responsible for students with disabilities and the head of security at Mthatha, where we requested that they reach out to those students and affirm to them that they would not leave immediately because or they could leave. Some of them are not using an ordinary transport, and to also reach out to their families. I need to also emphasize that in as much as students are aware of their rights and responsibilities in terms of if you've got a complaint, where do you go? Even if you're not happy, other people don't have to suffer simply because you want to protest. Those are raised with them, and unfortunately would have these challenges. And I must say, we also had some challenges in some of the faculties. And individual SRC members would be requested to come for a meeting where we would engage. And I must say, with the executive deans on board, you'll remember that previously, executive deans would not even participate in this. But right now at RUSU, because we are working as a team, they always come on board because they're interested in how do we ensure that the academic project is not. I must say, with the collaboration of every stakeholder, when there's a challenge, we are then able to mitigate on the challenges. Thank you.
Is there a last submission that we had?
Relationships between university management and student, broadly, and student leadership in particular. It's a well-natured activity in the nation. I'll give you a classical example. On the 27th, we immediately closed the university, looking at the level of violence. Besides the campus, which we were not sure how far they would fuel and affect the university. Held accountable the campus SMC, and we suspended the SMC. Okay? To take leadership responsibility. But through engagement between management and the very same student leadership, we picked up that this SRC was overwhelmed by tendencies that were coming from older structures. And let me state it very clear as a responsible citizen to the public, that the 27th incident in Mthatha was so unfortunate. I don't think the country deserves that kind of a disruption. Whatever caused it, it was so unnecessary. But we are in a society where we have to accept these contradictions. And university is not in an ivory tower, it's exactly at the center of this community. So now the management suspend the campus SSC. Because we want to find a solution. We realized these students were abused. This is a common practice. It's a common evidence that is out there. WSU is having a tight process for students to contest SSC. It requires about 60, must pass over 60%. So we always take the top performing students. The performing students will be behind and be in charge of those structures. When we're engaging with the SRC, we realize, no, man, if we're abused, we're taking a chance. It is this type of reasoning and empathy and understanding our students and not leading or managing the university by fist. The chairperson was asking, how do you manage the relationships? We realize we need to extend an olive tree. Because once you suspend SRC, you must institute disciplinary processes. Then we realized we'll be charging the wrong persons that were vulnerable at a time of a protest. Okay? And what I also want to remark over is that this incident, its timing was bad because it was on the eve of the national elections. There were 100% political opportunist tendencies in that incident. Some were stemmed from the very same student political structures, fueled by outside political mother bodies, wanted to be peacocks of the incident. So see me, I'm responsible, vote me indirectly or directly. Look, where university were not in politics, but we are caught in between of political impact, outcomes, and so on. So we had to act sensibly and responsibly. And the emphasis from my side as a university registrar is it is not easy, Commissioner, to say, at times to say, you have a violent student protest, you have a soft student protest. A university environment is a place where students must study. It's a place where students must study. There is no soft violence. There is no negotiated violence. There is no violent violence. That should be tolerated in any form, because that's a place where we generate knowledge. We need peace, okay? So that that tranquility can produce best ideas. At the same time, producing great leaders. WSU does contribute to the leadership production of the Republic. So this current cohort of our students seem to contest the space. We cannot close it. At the same time, we have to allow that space where they grow and show leadership. But that must happen within a responsible environment. If you hear the ED Student Affairs, you hear Mr. Ngula, you can hear a controller of leadership training and interventions, okay? That's the university taking full responsibility of nurturing young people. But our primary responsibility is to educate them, graduate them, they join the industry, not to stay there or to fuel conflicts that we must come here. Huh? I left you 4 days to the university and the exams. We sit here the whole day. Of course, an issue of public accountability. But these are unfortunate incidences. But the university is capable to handle all of them. You have also to note that this violence came on the eve where our city in Mthatha was also embroiled in a lot of pains. You see, because we deal with young people that gets vulnerable, we always have to be alert. Let me also assure our commissioner here, we don't just close campus, not at all. When we close a campus, it's a last resort, okay? It's when we have exhausted all options on our table. Then we close the campus. Primarily, we close the campus when the safety and security of the very same students is at risk. Control to mitigate that safety if we are not closing the university. So we close the university as a mitigation factor or move against a potential risk that will be the embarrassment and outside the university norms. So it's not a happy decision, not at all. We have 120 days of learning and teaching in a university. 60 days first semester, 60 days second semester. There's no time to close the university. You need those students within classroom so that they are taken care in terms of teaching and learning. So when we take that decision, right, you must rest assured we have exhausted all options. That's not what we enjoy, but that's what we have to do to act responsible beyond reasonable doubt. So I wanted just to emphasize those. Thank you, Chair. Kitty, back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the questions have been covered, Commissioner Carter. If any, you are free to draw that to my attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to the university. Commissioner Madlingozi, is there any follow-up question that you would like to pose to the university?
No, just to thank the university once again. Just two last questions from my side. In fact, just one question. Is it your testimony that, according to you, you mentioned that you did go to the to hospitals to engage with injured students? Now, one of the key allegations that has been made by students is that they were shot with live ammunition. Is it your testimony, for the record, that according to you, the injuries were not of such a nature that you would say they were live ammunition induced injuries? Now, I know you would tell me that this is not within your scope, of your ambit. I can already hear the tone from the presentations, but really this is one of the key purposes of this testimony, of this inquiry. What is your reflection there? What is your information? What is your evidence in terms of whether live ammunition was used against the students? The second question, and not to invite long answers or defensive answers, in terms of the spark of the protests, issues of NEPSAS and so forth, have those been attended to? I know NEPSAS is, a relationship between students and the state and so forth. But in terms of what originally sparked the conflict, would you say that those issues have been resolved, or do you anticipate now or in the new year that those issues will continue? I'm asking this because this is a perennial issue that always comes up in universities. So in terms of your last parting shot, in terms of the cause of some of this conflict, where are we with that? And number two, just your broad comment about the nature of the injuries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Any takers? All right.
Take care of these last two questions. To confirm, Commissioner, although we are not in a position to confirm that the injuries themselves were caused by live ammunition, as the report of the Vice Chancellor of the 27th, when we announced the closure of the university, we had received reports suggesting that live ammunition was used by the law enforcement agents. We may not be able to reference to the 4 injured students that such injuries were live ammunition induced. But use of live ammunition was reported to us as a university, and so insofar as the spark to this protest are concerned, those issues of 2024 have been dealt with. One of the key issues for 2024, of the 3 that we make mention of as the issues that still needed finality as we went into the 27th, had to do with transportation of students around Umtata, a point that in the hearings the Commission has indicated that they had received in the other testimonies that had been made to them. We can now comfortably indicate that the transportation of student impasse that we experienced in Umtata in the first semester of this year has now been resolved, that our students who stay outside campus, university has entered into arrangements for the transportation of those students by the various taxi associations that are active in Umtata. And so if any member of the Commission passes by Umtata in the morning, you'll quite see that the university transport precinct is quite very active with various mini combis bringing in students onto campus. And so therefore for 2024, that issue is resolved, and the arrangement we have, we believe will hold and has ensured the peace we now have and our ability to continue with the normal academic business of the university.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Are you covered, Professor?
I am covered. Safe to say thank you so much to the university. We want to wish you luck in the rest of the academic year calendar. We want to wish you luck in your relationship with the students. And I, as the chairperson of this inquiry, wish to say the following to you, that this is not a court of law, it's an inquiry. So we're not fighting. I could hear from the tone by some of the presenters that really they were fighting. No, we're not fighting. It's an inquiry. It's a fact-finding platform. Our interest is to help you to find an amicable solution. But truly, we support the initiatives that you have taken. We hear about the student parliaments and the various workshops that we have with the students. May you continue with those and may they be successful. We heard about your stakeholder engagements with, the taxi associations, the police, and all other people outside the university. Those are very, very important because, as somebody said, the university is not an ivory tower, which was the title of one of my first articles in 2006, the university, not an ivory tower. So we really want to support that as a commission. Thank you so much for this comprehensive testimony. Thank you so much for bringing the full team, and we'll be in touch. I hear that you have promoted the prevention manager to a commissioner. That is fine. You can promote her to a commissioner. That is okay. But for me, as an administrator of oath, I wish to excuse you from the platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, Prof. Online. I think we're going to take a 5-minute body break, and then we will proceed with the South African Police Service represented by the State Attorney. Thank you, Prof, and thank you everyone online.
much. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Declare that I know her.
This is an inquisitorial process, ma'am. We are being recorded. There's 2 devices currently assisting us. The weather, unfortunately, is not allowing for the best technology, but we are trying to make do. We've got our National Commissioner, Professor Tsepo Madlingozi, with us as the chair of this panel. He's joining online. You will be able to see him on the screen right over there. I myself, I'm Eileen. I am the provincial manager. I have been kept on being referred to as Commissioner Carter. It's not Commissioner, it's just Eileen. The provincial manager of the South African Human Rights Commission here in the Eastern Cape. And let me have council introduce herself as well.
Thank you very much. I am Advocate Makadela. I come from the Bishop Bar. Also been elected as to be a panelist in this inquiry.
Thank you so much, Advocate Makadela. We have Commissioner Madlingozi. When I hand over to you, we have the representatives of the South African Police Service with us here in the boardroom. And with that, I'd like to hand over to you, perhaps for introductions and then just inquiring. We will be doing presentation for the administration of the oath. Commissioner Madlingozi, over to you.
Well, good morning, colleagues. Is it still morning? Yes, good morning. I hope you can hear me well. Am I audible? Let's just wait for people to settle a little bit.
Try again, Prof. We're trying to increase the volume as much as possible.
Good morning. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, good morning and welcome, colleagues from SEPS. Thank you so much for presenting yourself before the inquiry. You did indicate in August that you were not ready to make your presentation and you requested a postponement, which I did grant. So thank you so much for, first of all, requesting that postponement formally, but also for now coming before us. My name is Tsepo Madlingozi. I'm one of the commissioners at the Human Rights Commission. I'm going to be administering the oath for participants who are going to be presenting before us. May I first check the following? Who will be presenting from the delegation? Just yourself, or will your colleagues also be presenting? Okay, the line is not clear, but I think...
presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. Could you state your names for the record, please?
Amelia De Silva.
Thank you so much, Mr. De Silva. Are you going to be making an affirmation or an oath?
I have no objection to the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony that you're going to present before us is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If that's the case, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
PM, the witness is duly sworn in.
Thank you so much, Prof. I think with that being said, if we can just get an indication with who has joined Mr. Silva, then we can proceed and go straight into the presentation. If we can start that side, sir.
Good morning, Major General Phillips. I'm the Legal Services.
Thank you so much, Major General.
Good morning, ma'am. I am Lieutenant General Mene. I am the Provincial Commissioner of the South African Police Service in the province of the Eastern Cape.
Good morning, Commissioner. Sir. Thank you so much, Brigadier. Commissioner, with your permission as the chair panel chairperson, may we hand over to the SAPS for their presentation?
Yes, please. Let's go ahead.
Mr. Silva, please proceed.
Thank you. I just want to place on record that I am a practicing advocate with the Bishop Bar as well as the Mtata Bar. Now, in terms of the Act, that is the South African Human Rights Commission Act, I'm making this representations on behalf of the Provincial Commissioner as well as the South African Police Service. The information that I will be presenting today is information that was furnished to me. As being legal counsel, I was not present during the events. So all the information I shall be presenting arises from consultations. Now, what has transpired is that a letter was addressed to I'll call it the service, wherein the service was asked to come and address specifically 4 items. And I shall summarize these 4 items. And bear with me, please. The steps to be here. Please bear with me. I had this letter during my.
No, that's fine. May I just check one thing while you are doing that?
For some
will
reason,
the Provincial Commissioner also be presenting or answering our questions? There's a mute, I can't hear.
To the extent that
okay.
Questions
It's not. It's just the reception. Oh, the weather.
No, it's not.
You can try.
Okay.
Okay,
Now?
I can hear you now. Yes, thank you.
Are you able to hear me now, Professor? That there may be questions directed to her. Yes, she shall be answering questions.
Yes, I thought so. We will really want to also hear from the Provincial Commissioner. So before we start, I would like to swear in the Provincial Commissioner, if that's okay.
All right.
That's okay. This is just the audio.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Yeah.
Provincial Commissioner, welcome. Thank you for making yourself available. Would you be comfortable with an affirmation or to swear to an oath?
I do take an oath. Good morning, sir, and I have no problem in taking the oath.
Could you state your names for the record, please?
I am Nomtheteleli Lillian Mene, and I am the Provincial Commissioner of the South African Police Service in the province of the Eastern Cape.
Thank you. Do you swear that the testimony that you're going to be presenting before us is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If that's the case, could you please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God"?
So help me God.
Thank you so much. The witness is duly sworn in. Advocate De Silva, are we on track?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, over to you.
Now, thank you. In paragraph, please do inform me when I am not audible. In paragraph 7 of the letter dated 25 July 2024, the following is stated. In light of what has been stated above herein, and in accordance with the authority granted by Section 15(1) of the Act, the Commission hereby requests the provision/submission of the following information. 7.1, detail. If I continue, can you hear me?
Ngozi, our alarm has just gone off. We are just doing a quick security check, and I think okay, everything is fine. Please, De Silva.
Thank you. I will commence with 7.1, a detailed account of the SAP's involvement and actions during the WUSU Mthatha campus protest on or about 27 May 2024, strategies employed by the during the protest, measures taken to investigate allegations of excessive force by police officers during the protest, and 6.4, I'm assuming is actually 7.4, in light of the allegations regarding the use of live ammunition, how does the SAPS ensure compliance with legal provisions and protection of human rights during the crowd control operations? With regards to paragraph 6.4, the challenge that we had in interpreting the sentence was to ask, when the question is written use of live ammunition, is it referring to the SAPS or is it referring to the persons who participated in the protest? But I will also deal with that aspect as well. Now, I will start off with the detailed account of the SAPS's involvement and actions during the WUSU Mthatha campus protest on or about 27 May 2024. It is so that during the weeks leading up to the national elections, which was on the 29th of May 2024, members of the South African Police Service were deployed to various polling stations within the province to avert any incident that would impact on the free and fair elections. There were various areas within the province which the service regarded as a threat to the free and fair elections. This happened in other provinces as well. This deployment impacted on the availability of police resources within the city of Mthatha. A few days before 27 May 2024, there was a taxi-related shooting that happened between Tsolo and Maclear. The police attended to the shooting and confiscated the firearms of the security personnel escorting taxis involved in that shooting. We should bear in mind that the 27th of May 2024 had been designated as the day for special voting. Having said that, on 26 May 2024, the day before the start of the special national voting, there were various voice messages circulating stating that no one must vote, people must stay at home until the taxi owners got their firearms back from the police. The voice messages also stated that there would be a total shutdown of Mthatha on 27 May 2024, that all access routes into and from Mthatha would be closed. Everyone was told to stay at home as safety was not guaranteed. Excuse me. The messages originated from members of the taxi associations. Now, bear in mind that the police have to man the voting stations and ensure that any incidents which will impact on the voting are attended to. Then the police receives intel that there is going to be a taxi associated strike where the routes into and out of Mthatha would be closed by the taxi associations. What the police were then faced with on the 27th of May was a situation where the N2 coming from the Tsolo direction into Mthatha was closed. You also had a situation where the N2 coming from the East London direction was closed. You had a situation where the R61 coming from Ngobo direction was closed. You had a situation where the R61 heading towards Port St. John's was closed. You also
Sorry,
had
Advocate,
a situation.
Who had closed the roads, just so that we can follow?
The taxi associations.
Okay, thank you.
Had closed the routes, not the police. Thank you for that. Then, what the had were also faced with the vicinity around that is on the N2 entering and exiting Mthatha near Payne's Farm. The trucks were being looted. Trucks were used to barricade the road. You also had a situation. Am I going too fast?
I think, Prof, I think we're good.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
You also
perfect.
had a
Thank you.
situation. Thank you. You also had a situation where near the homestead of the late President Nelson Mandela, trucks were also being looted. On the R61, there were barricades of fire as well as people barricading the road. So the police that was within the CBD, that is all units, your public order policing, your national intervention units, your TRT. I just want to get the full name of TRT. Technical Response Team. The Technical Response Team and the ordinary members of the SAPs that were within the stations were deployed to address all these taxi-related violence that was taking place in and around Mthatha. And they were also deployed to ensure that the routes in and out of Mthatha were opened. Police officers were also deployed to accompany medical staff to the hospitals because they could not access the hospitals. So that is the situation that Mthatha was faced with on that day. For want of a better phrase, the town of Mthatha was in total chaos. Police officers schoolgoers, ordinary citizens, or ordinary members of the Mthatha community. This also impacted, we know that the N2 is a route coming from one of the busiest ports in South Africa, namely the Durban port, and traverses all the way to the Western Cape. Now, those routes were being impacted insofar as it related to the in and around. Another area that was also impacted was the airport of Mthatha, which is a national key point. The airport was taken over by unknown persons. There was also a shooting incident in and around the airport. I've already mentioned the issue that trucks were being looted during this time as well. And trucks were being used as barricades to close the access points into and from Mthatha. There were also various demonstrations taking place in various parts of Mthatha. I've mentioned R61. Within the CBD of Mthatha, there were gunshots that could be heard. Now, it's not certain, and investigations are still taking place, whether this was also coming from the taxi or incidents related to the taxi violence. The public order policing, which is used for crowd management, was stretched to capacity, attending to various demonstrations, as well as ensuring
We have lost audio. PM, can you hear us, colleagues?
I can hear you, Commissioner Matligozi. Let me go there and double check with them.
Thank you so much. We have lost audio. Can you hear me?
Apologies, colleagues. There's just an audio issue coming from the meeting. We will attend to that soon, Chairperson and Commissioner.
Okay, please let them know that we can hear you, but we can't hear them. Thank you.
Hi, Prof. Are we audible? Perfect. Please continue.
Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you, Prof.
Yes, apologies, Advocate De Silva. We lost you when you were saying all your units were overstretched because of the various closures. That's where we lost you. Apologies for that.
Okay. You'll bear with me. Thank you. So what we had was a situation, as you have mentioned, that the units were overstretched to attend to the taxi violence related incidents as well as other incidents, and ensuring that the community of Mthatha was protected. But not only the community of Mthatha, but also other members of the public entering in and out of Mthatha or utilizing the roads in and around Mthatha were safe. I hope you did hear the part where the police also had to assist with conveying or escorting members of the medical personnel, especially to the hospitals. I digress here to now state a little bit about the constitutional mandate that is placed on the SAPS. So the South African Police Service derives its powers and functions from Section 205 of the Constitution. This legislation regulates the police service in terms of its core functions, which are to prevent, can you hear me? Which are to prevent, investigate, and combat crime, maintain public order, protect and secure the inhabitants of South Africa and their property, and uphold and enforce the law. The mission of the service is to, I am repeating, is to prevent and combat anything that may threaten the safety and security of any community, investigate any crimes that threaten the safety and security of any community, ensure offenders are brought to justice, and participate in efforts to address the root causes of crimes. Section 13(3) of the South African Police Service Act provides that where a member who performs an official duty is authorized by law to use force, he or she may only use minimum force as is reasonable in the circumstances. As I progress, I will be also dealing with other sections of relevant legislation in order to show how the police, how their conduct was on that day. I will now go back to the history. On 27 May 2024, the task of the members of the National Intervention Unit, from now onwards I'll refer to them as the NIU, was to attend to taxi violence-related incidents and to escort the ballot boxes to the various destinations for the special voting. Even though the service became aware of the possible taxi violence strike on 26 May 2024 and prepared itself for that, the service was not made aware that the students of Walter Sisulu University, which I shall refer to as WUSU, would be joining in the taxi protest by closing the N2 closest to WUSU. It is so that on 27 May, 2 days before the national elections, the students of WUSU embarked on a strike in terms of which they blocked the N2, more specifically, the area between the entrance to the Garden Court and the intersection between the entrances to Sahrc and Engine Garage. The demonstration consisted of students using barricades on the N2 in the form of burning substances on the road near the Engine Garage, stones, and human shields. They also destroyed the robots at both intersections, using them as barricades. Vehicles could not pass through that part of the N2. The police have been informed by one of the security officers of WUSU that on 27 May 2024, at about 7 a.m. in the morning, before the police came to attend to the demonstration that was taking place at that part of the N2, he heard the discharge of live rounds. The police were not there, they came thereafter. Also on that day, the late Captain Konyana, a member of the NIU of the service, instructed a NIU team to escort out of Mthatha members of the Independent Electoral Commission who were conveying ballot papers to Mkanduli and Biki for the special voting on 27 May 2024. The members of the IEC were in the vicinity of Nkululekweni. For ease of reference, this team shall be referred to as the first team. The first team consisted of 4 members who were traveling in a Fortuna. En route to Nkululekweni, the first team came across the demonstration in the vicinity of WUSU. This is how it happened. When the first team arrived at the robots of Fort Gale, that is the robots on the N2 between Season Street and what we know as Nelson Mandela Drive, also referred to as the N2. They met up with a number of police-marked vehicles, some with damaged windows. They drove past them, intending to turn right into Kaiser Matanzima Drive, Miezo Park, so as to access the N2. Their intention was to get to Nkululekweni. As they were approaching the Sahrc garage on the N2, a crowd of about plus minus 150 people or more came towards them from the direction of WUSU. The first team stopped their vehicle to see if the crowd was indeed coming towards them. The first team consisted, as I mentioned, of 4 NIU members. As the crowd continued coming towards them, they were pelted with stones, including coral bricks, which were thrown by the crowd in their direction. The stones were being carried in a wheelbarrow. The first team turned right into Kaiser Matanzima Drive, drove up towards the Garden Court. Near the Garden Court entrance, they observed that the N2 was blocked by the crowd. They made a U-turn and went back towards the engine garage, still using Kaiser Matanzima Drive. At the intersection of the N2 and the engine garage, they turned left onto the N2 and drove to their base at the Old South African Embassy using Season Street. The team leader of the first team forwarded a WhatsApp message to the NIU WhatsApp group informing them of the situation in the vicinity of Wusu and their inability to get to Inkolekweni via the N2 in order to escort the ballot papers, the IEC members. The second NIU team received the WhatsApp message about the incident on the N2 around the Miezo Park area and the inability to access the IEC members at Nkulekweni. The second team drove to Miezo Park area where the demonstration was taking place via the R61, up Season Street in Fort Gale and onto the N2. As they were looking for the first team, they saw a police vehicle stationary on the N2 between the robots of Season Street intersection and Cecil Garage intersection. The windows were damaged. The vehicle was on the right-hand side of the N2 facing Mthatha. Upon seeing this, the second team drove to the Cecil Garage intersection with the intention of making a U-turn in order to speak to the members of the service that were already there. The second team was in a Mpendulu. The second team was followed by a third team of NIU members, which were in a transporter. As the second team drove towards the intersection between Engine Garage and Cecil Garage, they saw a crowd coming towards their vehicle. The driver of the second team, who was the team leader, thought that the crowd was part of the taxi violence. So bear in mind, at that stage, the police had not really received intel that the students of WUSU would be having a demonstration on the N2. Be that as it may, I shall continue. The crowd that was approaching the second team consisted of minus 150 or even more persons. The team leader of the second team decided to drive fast in order to make the U-turn at the Cecil Garage intersection before the crowd could prevent him from doing so. When he approached the Cecil Garage intersection, he found that it was barricaded with stones and the robot light was lying on the ground. 3 members of the second and third teams alighted to remove the stones and to move the robot to enable the driver to make a U-turn. Whilst these 3 members removed the stones, the crowd continued to advance towards them in a heightened speed, pelting stones in their direction. The NIU members who were removing the stones threw a stun grenade with the intention of dispersing the crowd and protecting themselves as their lives were in danger. I just wish to, at this junction, refer you to the Dangerous Weapons Act, as well as the regulations of the Gatherings Act. I'll start off with the rights of the students. It is so that in terms of the Bill of Rights, everyone is equal before the law and has the right to equal protection and benefit of the law. Equality includes the full and equal enjoyment of all rights and freedoms. It is also so that in terms of the Bill of Rights, everyone has inherent dignity and the right to have their dignity respected and protected. Everyone has the right to freedom and security of person, which includes the right to be free from all forms of violence from either public or private sources. I don't have to mention the sections, do I?
Will we be receiving a statement after this?
Not today, once
But
I find it.
subsequently.
That's right.
Perfect. No,
Okay.
Prof, in your hands, is that fine? All right, please proceed.
Then the Constitution also grants everyone, and this for me is very important, and it's important to my client as well. It grants everyone the right to peacefully and everyone has the right peacefully and unarmed to assemble, to demonstrate, to picket, and to present petitions. We can all understand the importance of this right, especially when regard is had to the history of South Africa. But what is critical is that this right must be engaged in a peaceful and unarmed situation, so as to ensure that those who are not participating in the demonstration are not harmed. Having said that, we also know that the Regulation of Gatherings Act protects this right. In fact, the regulations goes a step further and says that the conveners of such demonstrations must inform the relevant officials of the intention to have such a demonstration. And even where persons do not give notification to have such a demonstration, provided that the demonstration is peaceful, the police at best must just ensure that the demonstration does not necessarily interfere with the rights of other people as well, especially people who are using the N2. Bear with me, please. In terms of the Regulation of Gatherings Act, no participant at a gathering or demonstration may have in his or her possession, inter alia, any dangerous weapon as defined in the Dangerous Weapons Act, and the convener and marshals, if any, shall take all reasonable steps to ensure that this section is complied with. The definition of dangerous weapon is set out in the Dangerous Weapons Act, and it means any object other than a firearm capable of causing death or inflicting seriously bodily harm if it were used for an unlawful purpose. If you'll bear with me, please. Now, it's important for me to read out Section 3, subsection 2 of the Dangerous Weapons Act. What I have stated previously refers to Section 3, subsection 1 of the Dangerous Weapons Act. Section 3, subsection 2 reads as follows. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In determining whether a person intends to use the object as a dangerous weapon for an unlawful purpose, all relevant factors, including but not limited to the following, must be taken into account. The place and time where the person is found, the behavior of the person, including the making of any threat or the display of intimidatory behavior, the manner in which the object is carried or displayed, whether the possession of the object was within the context of drug dealing, gang association, or any organized crime, or any other criminal activity, or any other relevant factors, including any explanation the person may wish to provide for his or her possession of the object, provided that this paragraph shall not be interpreted as an obligation on the person to explain his or her possession of the object. Now, regard being had to the circumstances of this particular matter, more particularly what the police encountered, plus minus 150 persons or more, advancing towards them in a heightened speed, pelting stones. My submission is that those stones and coral bricks constituted a dangerous weapon which had the potential, when coming from a large crowd, to harm the members of the police service and any other member of the public that would have been in the vicinity. Having said that, I shall continue. So what we have is a situation where the police, 3 members of this NIU force are on the road trying to remove the barricades on the road so that the NIU vehicles can make a U-turn and go back to the robots in Fort Gale. But then they are being pelted with stones. And what they did was to throw a stun grenade in order to ensure that the crowd disperses. If I may just. One should bear in mind that a stun grenade does nothing more than make a large or loud explosive sound so as to deter the public and disperse the public. Indeed, the throwing of the stun grenade did have that effect. The persons ran back towards the entrance of UNITRA. More particularly, they ran back towards the intersection between the WUSU entrance and the N2. Now, let us not forget that the only purpose of the NIU for that day was to deal with taxi violence and to escort the ballot papers and the IEC members to ensure that voting did take place. So the second team, upon seeing that the N2 is now clear, decided to proceed to Nkululekweni, utilizing the N2. When they approached the robots, that is at the intersection between WUSU and the N2, again, they encountered barricades. Members of the 2 vehicles, that is the Pendulu and the transporter, alighted from the vehicle with the intention of removing those barricades so that the vehicles could proceed to Nkululekweni. At the intersection of WUSU entrance and the N2, the road was closed with stones, cement bins, and a robot that had been destroyed. All members of the NIU, save for the drivers, alighted to clear the road. In the process of clearing the road, the crowd came back running towards the members of the service, throwing stones. I did not mention this earlier. The crowd that the second team encountered and the first team encountered at the Sahrc garage intersection also had with them a wheelbarrow wherein stones and coral bricks were contained, and it is these stones that they had access through and they were throwing towards the police. I'll continue to read. It was in that process of clearing the road that the crowd came running towards the members of the service, throwing stones. A stun grenade was thrown in their direction to defuse the situation. However, the crowd continued to come towards the police, throwing stones and bricks. The crowd used mattresses to protect themselves. The members of the NIU that were in the center, that is at the intersection of the Wusu entrance and the N2, had no option but to fire rubber rounds in self-defense and in protection of the motor vehicles which were carrying state firearms. Inside the two motor vehicles were rifles, which, if the crowd overpowered the members of the service, then the crowd could access those rifles, and regard being had to the violence that was being meted out, that was a real possibility. So the members, apart from protecting themselves from being pelted with stones, also needed to protect the vehicles and the firearms. And in their self-defense, they fired towards the ground rubber rounds. The purpose of firing rubber rounds towards the grounds was in order to minimize any harm that could occur, but also with the intention of dispersing the crowd. It was not the intention of NIU to manage the crowd. They merely were acting in self-defense. The members of the NIU that were confronted by the crowd were about plus minus 6 to 8 in number. The crowd was much larger than they were. Had they not used the rubber rounds, they would not have been able to defend themselves from the imminent harm and protect the public assets. If I may just... The use of the rubber rounds was a necessity and was a last resort in the circumstances that they found themselves in. We should recall that the NIU did use first a stun grenade, but that is at the Wusu intersection. They used the stun grenades twice, first at the Sahrc intersection, then at the Wusu intersection. Again, at this juncture, the stones used by the large crowd, which was carried in a wheelbarrow against the members of the service who were present and who were fewer in number as compared to the crowd, constituted dangerous weapons within the circumstances that the police were confronted with. I just wish to, at this juncture, again refer to the Regulation of Gatherings Act. More particularly, if you'll bear with me, please. Section 9, subsection 3. Can you hear me? Thank you. No common law principles regarding self-defense, necessity, and protection of property shall be affected by the provisions of the Act. I reiterate, the purpose of the NIU, when confronted with that volatile situation, was not to manage the crowd. That was not their task for the day. Their purpose was merely to access Nkululekweni. In that process, they were attacked by the crowd. The members, when defending themselves and the vehicles and the rifles, also acted with the intention to ensure that the drivers of the Mpendulu and the transporter had the opportunity to reverse and remove themselves, especially the vehicles, from that volatile situation. The use of mattresses as shields and the wheelbarrows with stones was a clear manifestation of an intention not to protest peacefully. Instead, it was a manifestation to kill or seriously injure any person, including the police. If you'll bear with me, please. Within the circumstances that was occurring, there was no opportunity for the members of the NIU to even begin to negotiate with the crowd when they were being severely attacked. After the Mpendulu and the transporter had managed to turn around, the NIU members and other police officers retreated. However, as they were retreating, the crowd continued to come towards them, throwing stones and bricks. The members continued to act in self-defense using rubber rounds. The crowd had mattresses as shields. The NIU, fearing that they would not be able to defend themselves and the members of the public because they were running out of rubber rounds, retreated. The other units that were present also retreated. All this occurred before 12 noon. Due to the volatile situation that was besetting Mthatha, the members of the public order policing were attending to other reported incidents of taxi-related violence in other parts of the city of Mthatha. They were not in a position to attend to the demonstration and open the N2 until around 1500 hours. The POP members as well, when they approached the demonstration, before they could even start to negotiate and conduct other methodologies of subduing the crowd, they too were pelted with stones upon their arrival at the Wusu intersection. The POP unit assessed the level of risk as being level 3. Bear with me, please. It is so that SAPS does have a national instruction. It is the National Instruction 4 of 2014 on public order policing, crowd management during public gatherings and demonstrations. And this instruction, the POPs unit utilizes to guide them as to how to handle public gatherings, including where the gathering becomes a level 3 risk.
That's where I wanted to come in. Advocates, but level 3, what does that refer to, please?
Level 3, I'm going to read from the instruction itself. Would you like for me to explain the different levels?
How many levels?
There are 3 levels. So there's level 1, where it's a peaceful gathering. And that's where there's just normal policing to ensure that everything goes well. Then there's level 2. Level 2 is where there's unconfirmed information regarding a possibility of a threat against lives and property. Then you have level 3. This is where you have a confirmed information regarding a likely threat to lives and property. Bearing in mind that the NIU had been there, other units had been there, and the crowd was using dangerous weapons, the POPs unit assessed the situation to be that of a level 3. I just wish to also read to you. What we will do is we will make available to you the instructions and what have you, together with the written documentation that we will be supplying. But we will not be supplying it today.
Noted.
Okay. So paragraph 15, paragraph 4 of the national instruction relating to crowd management reads as follows. If a crowd management or public order situation worsens to the extent that public violence breaks out and the necessity to restore public order is required, POP must take full operational command and stabilize the situation. If POP members cannot handle the incidents because violence escalated to such a level that lives are in imminent danger, the incident will be handed over to specialized units, for example, TRT or NIU. I will proceed. Now, what we have is a situation where POPs arrives with the intention of to control the crowd and to in effect crowd management without the use of force. But as soon as they arrive, they too are pelted with stones. Because of this, they had no other option available to them but to use, if you bear with me, please, to use rubber rounds to disperse the crowd and open the end tool. In conclusion, the NIU was not present to deal with crowd management. They were en route to Nkululekweni when they were confronted with a hostile situation which put their lives and the public assets in danger. The members of the NIU acted in self-defense and out of necessity. The degree of force which was used was not greater than necessary, It was proportionate to the circumstances which they faced. Even the POP members, I reiterate, the POP members could not come and attend to the crowd as early as 12 o'clock because they were attending to the other demonstrations as well as opening up the road in other areas. They were only able to come at around 1500 hours. And at that stage, there was still a demonstration taking place. And at that stage, they too encountered a crowd that was pelting stones at them. Then I proceed to read, even the POP members acted in self-defense and with the intention to manage the crowd in a manner commensurate with the situation that they encountered. There was no opportunity for them to carry out the steps referred to in Section 9.1 of the Regulations of Gatherings Act. Upon their arrival at the Wusu intersection, they were pelted with stones from the large crowd. The degree of force which was used by POPs was not greater than necessary. It was proportionate to the circumstances that they were faced with. Now, I'm reading this on behalf of the Commissioner now. The Commissioner did have an opportunity to view a video which appears to have been made by a member of the public standing within the Garden Court parking lot. The video depicts 3 members of the service who were retreating, being attacked by a crowd who was running quite fast towards them, throwing stones at them. From what the Commissioner did see, the members did throw stun grenades that had no effect. The members then used their pistols in self-defense in response to the stone throwing. The content of the video is still the subject of investigation. That is the background relating to the Wusu situation. If I may quickly just take instructions, please. Now, in relation to the presentation of the background, it is important to remember that the situation was very chaotic, but it was not only that area which was chaotic, the whole of Mthatha was in chaos, and the police acted in accordance with their national instructions and in self-defense to the situation that they were faced with. I do not know whether there are questions at this stage or whether I can proceed to paragraph 7.2.
Professor Madlingozi, would you agree to then proceeding?
Let me ask just 2 questions. You said you are proceeding to paragraph 3.72.
7.2, yes, that's strategies employed by SAPS in managing the crowd during the protest.
Okay, how many other sections do you still have to present?
7.2, 7.3, and 6.4, but it's not going to take me long simply because everything that I will be saying arises from what I've already said.
Okay, let's continue, then we'll ask questions afterwards. Panel members, are you in agreement?
I'm happy with that. Thanks, Prof. Council.
I'm also happy we can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the strategies employed by the SAPS in managing the crowd during the protest. The members of the service who first arrived at the scene of the incident at around 8 in the morning did not engage the crowd. They merely monitored the situation from afar to ensure that there was no threat to the members of the public whilst they awaited the availability of the POPs unit. It is the crowd who threw stones at the police. In fact, we do have a docket which was opened by a police officer who has made a statement stating that on the day in question, he was traveling to Biki in order to attend to election duties. And he utilized the N2. On his way there, he saw many people crossing the road on the N2 next to the Miezo Spa. He tried to make a U-turn, but it was too late. Stones were being pelted at his vehicle, and the whole windscreen, one can see the pelted stones on the vehicle. But other than that, until the NIU arrived with the intention of crossing over, other police members were nearly there to observe the situation until POPs was available. I think I jumped. I do apologize. I was dealing with measures, that's 7.3. I did not deal with strategies. My apologies. I see that one of the commissioners not checked. Can I proceed?
You can proceed. We have everything on record, which we will be continuing.
All right. Thank you. Now, the strategies employed by the SAPS in managing the crowd during the protest. Firstly, I want to state that the situation that was there was not a normal situation in terms of crowd management. It was an abnormal situation that applied on that day, in that you had various parts of Mthatha in a state of unrest. You also had a situation where the members of the service were stretched to capacity in dealing with all these instances of unrest. Now, in relation to the strategies, I say the following. The members of the service who first arrived at the scene of the incident at around 800 hours did not engage with the crowd. They merely monitored the situation from afar to ensure that there was no threat to the members of the public while they awaited the availability of POP. The crowd threw stones at one of the police vehicles that was closest to them, which was traversing the N2. As already stated before, the NIU members were not there to manage the crowd. Their intention was to access Nkululekweni via the N2 in order to escort the ballot boxes to the polling stations. In the process of removing the barricades at the Wusu intersection, in order to continue with their journey, they were attacked by the crowd. They defended themselves by shooting rubber rounds to the ground. The POP members that did come were also confronted with a stone-throwing crowd. It was not possible to engage with them in order to maintain order. As such, they used rubber rounds, which was effective in managing the crowd. As already mentioned before, the level of risk that confronted the POP units was a level 3. I've already mentioned, I shall now go to the measures taken to investigate the allegations of excessive force during the protest. This whole incident, for want of a better word, is still the subject of investigations, including whether the police did utilize excessive force when they were defending themselves. The term excessive force cannot be looked in at isolation. It has to be weighed against the situation that was presented in order to determine whether indeed the force was excessive. In other words, was the methods employed by the police proportionate to the circumstances or the attack that they were faced with? I then shall deal with the aspect, how does SAPS ensure compliance with legal provisions and protection of human rights during crowd control? Now, it's not that I want to use the word normal and abnormal anyhow, but in a situation where the crowd is demonstrating peacefully, and even if they are closing the road, provided there's no violence, there is the, there is the National Instruction 4 of 2014, Public Order Policing, Crowd Management during public gatherings and demonstrations. It sets out what it is that the police must do. And this instruction incorporates aspects of the Dangerous Weapons Act, and it also incorporates aspects of the Regulation of Gatherings Act. And to show that it incorporates those sections, when one even goes through the table of contents, one is able to see the various methodologies that the police must engage in before they use firearms as a last resort. Weapons must always be used as a last resort, depending on the circumstances. Now, because the situation that obtained on that day was quite volatile, the provisions of paragraph 21 of the instructions apply. Paragraph 21 deals with execution of operations to manage unrest or possible violence. That is in response to paragraph 16.4, and it is the POP unit that is tasked with dealing with crowd management. But because of the situation of that day, they could not get there until 1500 hours. Prior to that, the members from the other units did not engage, save for the NIU who were acting in self-defense. Those are my submissions, unless there's anything you would like to ask me.
Thank you so much, Council. Commissioner Madlingozi, would you like to enter the first round of questions?
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me well. Thank you so much for that presentation. It was clear and it was systematic. Thank you to you and the Provincial Commissioner. I can't see you now. Okay, I can see you now. Let's dispense with the elephant in the room, the main question. Was live ammunition used? You indicated that when the team number 2 was confronted, they used rubber bullets pointing downwards. Let's dispense with that question for the record under oath. Is it your testimony and the Provincial Commissioner's testimony that from team number 1, from team number 2, from NIU, from POPs, no live ammunition was used? Okay, let's start there, please.
Now, based on the instructions that have been given to me from the members that I have consulted with, I will start with the NIU. The NIU has categorically categorically stated they only used rubber rounds. May I proceed? The POPs unit has categorically stated they only used rubber rounds. However, there is a video that the PC has seen where 3 members are discharging their 9mm firearms towards the crowd. And lastly, it is not at this stage certain whether any other members of the unit, of the police used rubber rounds, used live rounds. However, the head of security from WUSU has stated that before the police even arrived, from within the crowd, he did hear the use of live rounds. So that is the response.
You mentioned, PC, that you did see a video that shows the discharge of 9mm, which should be live ammunition. This incident took place in May. It is now November. You did indicate that this is still under investigations. So 2 questions for PC there would be the following. Number 1, May to November, one will say this is a long, sufficient time to do this investigation. Because of course, if it's a video, one can even identify possibly, the members concerned, who was deployed and so forth. So the first question to PC would be, how long will this investigation take place? Number 2, we did get a presentation from IPID. Is IPID, involved in the investigations, or is this your own internal investigations? If it is an internal investigation, what is the interface between that internal investigation and any other IPID investigation? So for PC, those are the 3 questions. Number 1, the length and the duration of the investigation from a distance. Certainly, it looks like it's a long time, May to November. Number 2, is there any relationship between that investigation and any other investigation by the IPID? Let's start with those 2 questions for PC, please.
May we, you see, when the PC was debriefed on all this, we focused mostly on the questions that were stated in the letter, the 4 items. However, with the view of ensuring that the service renders the necessary assistance, may we step out just to gather instructions on that aspect, and then we shall return?
Commissioner, may I perhaps make a recommendation that we all pose the questions, because perhaps there are questions that come from the other panel members which may also need instruction, if that is okay with you, Chairperson?
No, that's fine. Yes. No, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. My third question to you describe a situation of, and this has been our information too, that on the day, a generalized state of chaos. In fact, you use the word unrest. There was a generalized state of unrest. That's number 1. Number 2, you indicate that uppermost, in the minds of the team was to secure the rifles and the other equipments that were in the 2 vehicles. A question that will arise is, yes, there's a generalized state of chaos and unrest, But is there also an expectation to deal with each situation in isolation? Not to say that, this is a taxi violence, there's a generalized state of chaos, and therefore we must act with that kind of understanding. Is there not an expectation to deal with each incident in isolation and just by itself? I'm asking this because, Council, the balance between self-defense and count management, you've used those two words, over and over again, the need for self-defense, but also the need for count management. I don't know if I was hearing you correctly, but it sounded like you were saying self-defense cannot take place while you are doing count management, that you can't do both at the same time. If you are, yeah, you will respond later on.
Oh, sorry, I do apologize.
Yes, no problem. No problem. Remember, as I was saying to all participants, this is also, as a Human Rights Commission, part of our mandate is a promotional mandate. Therefore, it is also to educate members of the public. So, it's for this incident, but it's also pedagogically for, everyone. This is being live streamed all over the country and internationally. So we are trying to understand how SAPs work, not only the Eastern Cape, but everywhere. Surely, one can say self-defense can take place while also doing count management. Yes, I won't elaborate on that question. If you can clarify that for us, that self-defense does not take precedent over the need to ensure peaceful assembly, peaceful protest, and therefore count management. That's my third question. Following from that question, you indicated that NIU was there for a specific reason, to patrol and to, escort members of the IEC and so forth, that they don't do count management. Just for my own educational purposes, is the submission that different units in SAPS are only trained and only mandated to do specific things. So if a unit, for example, the TRT unit, encounters a protest, that's not their function. They don't do count management and therefore they will step back, or they will respond in a very specific way. You can already predict the question that I'm asking. The question that I'm asking is, surely every unit, especially in South Africa, where we encounter more than 2,000 protests a year, 2,000, more than any other country in the world, by the way, per capita. So protests happen all the time in South Africa, all the time. More than 2,000 protests a year. Is the submission that, NIU, TRT, they don't do count management? When they encounter a protest, they either hold back, they defend property and life, or they just engage as how they are trained. They're not trained in count management, and therefore, how do they engage? So just if you can clarify that, NIU, are you saying that when they encounter protests, their first instinct is not to manage the count, is to do what they are trained for? If you can clarify that. We've all encountered stun grenades. The submission that you made was that stun grenade, quote unquote, they do nothing. They just make a sound to disperse a count. But they can also cause damage, surely, if they hit someone, if, somebody inhales, the emissions that come from it, people with asthma and so forth. What is the regulation around stun grenade? So I'm giving SAPS the opportunity to clarify that SAPS stun grenades are not just used carelessly, just because they do nothing, right? Because they can also cause damage. So that is just to invite you. Yes?
Sorry, Prof. We missed you 10 seconds ago.
Okay. I'm on stun grenades. Did you get that part?
If I can reiterate, you said stun grenade. You said that I said stun grenades make just a sound. Then you went on to say that it can also cause damage if it hits someone.
Yes.
You went on to say they may even inhale it. Then you said, what is the regulations around the usage of stun grenades? Did I capture it correctly?
Yes. Perfect. Better than I could have said it, because I'm inviting you to make clarification that stun grenades are not discharged, willy-nilly and also recklessly, because it can also cause damage. My last question is the following. Students allege that, number one, they were shot with live ammunition. Number two, they allege that the unit that shot at them, the personnel was wearing masks, their faces were covered, that they did not have any badges to show their, names. My question is, number one, was that if it's true that they were wearing masks and covering their face, is that the NIU or was it the TRT unit? Because that's very concerning to us, that a crowd management unit will have their face covered as if it's a special tactical force that we've seen in, used, in very high risk, situations, hostages, taxi violence, and so forth. So if you can clarify, what unit was deployed? Was it NIU? Do you still say that? And was their face covered as per the testimony of the students? Students were injured on the day, about 9 students. Maybe it was live ammunition, maybe it was rubber bullet. Has there been any investigation to see whether, even if it was rubber bullets, was the use of rubber bullets within the prescripts of the law? Because we know, rubber bullet also can cause damage, can cause death, can also cause lifetime injuries, and therefore that's why even within SAPS, there are very strict regulation of discharging, rubber bullets. What has been the post-incident investigation as far as, even the use of rubber bullets and whether they were used correctly? Let me stop there, members of the panel, and head it back to PM and then advocate. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I think the Chairperson has covered me quite extensively, so I just want to highlight 2 questions from my side, much related to what Commissioner Madlingozi has said. My understanding, and we've heard now that there were several different units in the same vicinity, but for different purposes. Apologies, everyone online, but we are again under threat of climate change. The different units then for different purposes. Does the national instruction, though, apply to all SAPS members or only to the POP? That's my first question. Then from the submissions,
1 second, please. Sorry.
Okay, so From the submissions, we heard that the situation was categorized as a level 3, and that a level 3 is in fact the highest level of categorization in terms of threat. I've heard that there was one barrel of rocks, wheelbarrow with rocks. And mine would be to explore whether any potential threat categorizes a threat or justifies a threat level of level 3. Why I'm asking that is that the submission is that a barrel of rocks, and we then move to a level 3. So I'm trying to understand the context
of level 3.
Of level 3. Does it include the most basic level of threat? Because what would a return live ammunition have been categorized if that crowd was to act in that manner? Is it also a level 3 vis-a-vis a wheelbarrow full of rocks?
So do I understand your question is what constitutes a level 3? Level 3,
and whether a barrel of rocks
constitutes
similarly to live ammunition that would be returned. Because for me, there's quite a vast difference, but perhaps you can just, like Commissioner Madingozi has indicated, this is very important for us to be an informative session as well, an advocacy session, because surely we all need to understand these processes better. And then just lastly, there's the video footage, I think would be very important for the Human Rights Commission, because the students also submitted specific times they were partaking in, as the submission perhaps referred to it as unrest. What does the metadata behind the video footage tell us about the time specifically it was taken? And whether you can make that available to the Commission. I think let me pause there and hand over to Council for any follow-up questions. Through you, Commissioner Madingozi, Council.
Thank you, Madam. We're just adding on from the question that has been posed, specifically with the level 3. There is a report from what you have mentioned, Council, in terms of the level 3. There's the first report, which was noted by the head of security of a firearm. And also thereafter, I would like to determine, was the level 3 triggered by that information? And if so, or if not, was there any further, sorry.
By information from security.
From the security?
Yes.
And if so, or if not?
And if so, or if not, yeah.
Was there any investigation?
Yes.
Or any report?
Yes.
That corroborated?
Yes.
The information of a use?
Yes.
Of a firearm by any protester? Yes. And then, secondly, with the video footage that was viewed by Sahrc,
yes.
Was there any identification of the members who had used 9mm pistols in any auditing or investigation?
Yes.
Of use of rounds?
When you say rounds, which
the 9mm ones? The 9mm rounds?
Yes.
That was reported or investigated.
One second, please.
No problem. By the commander of the identified members.
Yes.
Further, there was evidence that was adduced by the students.
Yes.
Of the first phase of the inquiry, which 3 of many testified on injuries. Injuries were noted as serious, e.g., one student testified that there is still a bullet left in his pelvis. And other 2 testified that they were hit on the leg and 1 on the thigh.
Yes.
They testified that they were hit whilst running away. Oh, sorry. They were shot whilst running away from the hail of bullets.
Yes.
From the experience of the trained officials. Experience of the trained police officials.
Okay.
Would it be justified?
One second, please, ma'am. From the experience of the trained
police officials?
Yes.
Would it be justified?
Yes.
The direction of the impact of the injuries. Okay, let me put it simply.
Yes.
That they were shot from behind.
Yes.
Yes, that's my question. Would it be justified?
Was the shooting from behind justified?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
And can I just check if I have not gotten anything? No, I think that's it.
Anyone else?
Thank you so much. Prof, just a parting shot from my side. I don't want Commissioner to have to go in and out with follow-up questions. Just a quick one from my side. In terms of crowd control, does the national instruction make room for categorization? For instance, what would constitute a student unrest, or what would constitute a an escalated unrest, or does it only differentiate between levels? So that's just for me to understand a little bit better on whether there would be not another set of rules, but a differentiated approach when
between people.
When we are at a campus, vis-a-vis when we are in perhaps at another area on the end to addressing looting, something to that extent. So just maybe some information and insight into potential differentiated approaches. Prof. Madlingozi, do we have covered all our first round of questions, and can we perhaps give an opportunity for council and commissioner to consult? Oh goodness. Yeah, I do think that will be in order. So perhaps we take a 10-minute break, or whichever amount of time you need.
Let's take 10 for now, so that we can.
No problem.
It's a lot of questions that we've asked. You've asked, which is very factual, which might need us going back to the drawing board to actually consult and take get the facts. You'll appreciate that the PC was not necessarily
on the granularity.
There.
Yeah.
She was in the area, but she was not there. So we might need that. We will come back and tell you whether we can respond today, or whether we can respond another day, whether in writing or also in writing and because you are recording and all that.
I think
Can you
if-
give us
if,
that?
No,
opportunity?
absolutely. If there are
These are good
contextual
questions, I must say. So we have
No,
have
no,
to answer.
absolutely. But
Yeah.
if there are contextual responses that you can, in the meantime,
We will.
assist the commission with,
For
then
sure.
we can continue with those. But I do think once Commissioner does do it, but I do think he will be also in agreement that we would rather give an opportunity to the commissioner
Absolutely.
to provide us with the proper information to assist
Absolutely.
the commission also to come to a conclusion. So, but for now, any information that you are comfortable to share with the commission to create a context and assist us to better understand.
We can eat our things here. Hey?
Absolutely.
We're just going to step into
No
the
problem.
coffee room.
No
But
problem.
why do you guys only supply us with food that includes bread?
Differentiated approaches needed this side as well.
Sorry, how long are we taking the instruction for?
Oh,
Prof, you back. We've taken a 10-minute break just to provide some opportunity for council to consult with Commissioner. There may be questions that we've posed that may require further consultation, and which they will then provide us with written responses or a follow-up consultation and meeting. But for now, they're going to quickly get instruction, and then we will return in 10 minutes, if that's okay with you. We lost you just for a moment there.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Are we back?
Prof, we're just waiting for two colleagues.
No, we can proceed.
Okay, we will be able to proceed. The colleagues indicate we are able to proceed in their absence. Prof, I'm going to provide you just with an opportunity perhaps to reintroduce for those who've joined online that we are with SAPS currently and they have consulted and we are now rejoining them to be able to perhaps engage on the follow-up questions. Prof, over to you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Once again, thank you for the prepared presentation. As I said, it was comprehensive and quite systematic, and we truly appreciate that. So we had asked a number of questions. Council had asked to take instructions. You had also indicated that for some questions you will have to come back to us. Normally we don't do that with an inquiry because we just do one day, but there's no need PM and advocate for the panel to do that. We will allow SAPS to go away and come back on some of those questions. That will be fine. So let's start with the question that you are able to answer now, and then we might have one or two follow-up questions. Over to you, Council.
Thank you, Prof. Prof, at this stage, all the questions you've asked is very fact-specific, number one. And number two, it's very, how do I put this? Very specialized, specific. So the PC at this stage cannot necessarily answer to any question. So she would like the opportunity to go back to the drawing board, consult with all her members, but not only her members, consult with those members in the specialized fields in order to explain. For example, one question that came across is, do you have different methodologies? I'm paraphrasing, different methodologies depending on the crowd you're dealing with. If it is schoolgoers, do you employ a different methodology? If it is just a barrel of stones, does that constitute level 3? Those require specialized responses, and we would have to go back to the drawing board in order to gather that. Now, if you allow us that opportunity, and we are very mindful that the commission wants to be in a position to make recommendations, because at the end of the day, there was usage of some kind of force, whether it's live ammunition, rubber rounds, and what I am understanding the commission's involvement is, let's determine whether this is safe enough in light of the constitutional rights. And what I'm understanding also is that the commission wants to investigate and to respond as to other methods that can be used. In view of that, we would like the opportunity to go back. One of the questions that you asked, I think it was yourself, it's about the masks and the lack of badges. And from that alone, I'm already postulating many other questions, which therefore requires that the service, that is SAPS, must justify the methodologies that they have in place for the various units. So can you allow us, please, that opportunity? And I say this to the entire commission, so that we can gather the information, do something in writing, but if needs be, because we understand that all this is within the public domain and it's recorded, that we also, if you need us to do so, to come and make oral representations as well. But I was going to ask one thing. The questions, we tried to capture them. Is there any way that they can be written down and sent to us so that there is no ambiguity or confusion in how we understand the questions?
No, that will be fine. We'll ask members of the Eastern Cape office to go back to the recording and to distill those questions for us. No, that will be fine. Look, this is not a court of law, so this is not a cross-examination. Therefore, we're not here to pin you down and to, show contradictions or loopholes. We are interested in, better, crowd management, safety of the staff members, protection of property, but all within the realms of, ensuring peaceful assembly. We've had complaints that live ammunition was used. We have people who have been injured. We have people who said they went to the police station, provincial commissioner, to report, and they were turned away, which is very concerning to us. We'll get those incident and those station, police station names, because it's very concerning when people said, they went to police stations to report that they were assaulted or that, the law was violated, and they were turned away. So we'll do that. The only thing that we need to agree on, Council, is the timelines.
Yes.
You'll recall that this inquiry said in August. We had set aside 2 to 3 days to do the whole inquiry, and then, still for this financial year to be in a position to release a report. We are now in the third quarter of the financial year. So times, are not with us in terms of the timeline. Let's not pin you down in terms of the timeline. And I don't want to also give you an arbitrary timeline to say within 10 days, come back to me. We will communicate and agree on timelines of the record. Let's not do it, here, unless my panel members take a different view in terms of the time frames. But I will say, I'll confer with the panelists, with the panel members, and then we'll be guided by the provincial manager who is in charge of compiling the record and the report to say in terms of the timelines, what timelines should we give to you. That's number one. So we have to discuss the timeline. Number two, if the provincial manager agrees, her team will distill some of those questions and send you those questions. You have also been taking notes, but we can send you those questions. That will also give us an opportunity to take advantage to also add, not too many other questions, 1 or 2 questions, on top of those, of that pile. Advocate, let me start with you. Are you okay with that way of proceeding?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine, Prof. I don't have a problem.
Thank you so much. Dr. Carter?
100%, Prof. We will then issue a written correspondence to SAT with a timeline which we will agree upon in office. And then thank you for creating the context as well as the Commission. We also have, we work within the financial year, and we really do not want to take longer than is necessary to come to a conclusion of a matter. We owe it to the members of the public as well. So thanks, Prof, for that. I'm in agreement.
If we have any challenges, we will respond, but the intention is to get the ball rolling. As Prof said, we noted down the questions, but just for the sake of clarification of any ambiguity that we may have had in interpreting, but our intention is to get the ball rolling as well as a matter of urgency.
Yes, the questions will be written responses, but as you said, for transparency, for accountability, we might ask you to come on the record and present those questions. We still decide on that, but yes, members of the public will want to hear from you. On that note, PC, you have not said anything today. May I invite you to make any closing remarks that you wish to make?
Thank you, Commissioner. First, let me appreciate the fact that we are granted the chance to come back with our written responses. It means a lot to us. and the fact that we understand the first, I need to also indicate that it is my first time to appear in a commission like this. So for me, it is a learning curve, but also I understand the responsibility we have in terms of saying we understand what has been asked and we explain to the satisfaction of the commission. So thank you for granting us the opportunity to go back and submit our written responses, but also I will avail myself in terms of coming to explain in front of the commission. I thank you.
No, thank you so much. We do want to appreciate and to note that your time is very limited. We know the challenges that are facing the country in terms of, crime, in terms of resources. So thank you so much for making time to come here. Thank you, Council and your team for the presentation. If there's nothing else, you are excused from the box. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dr. Carter, are we ready to take the next participants, or should we take a break? I will prefer that we continue immediately.
Yes. Prof, we are ready. The Department of Health is also ready to join us in the room. And we really thank all of the South African Police representatives. Thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you soon. And then we will continue. Thank you so much. For the Department of Health. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Just before we start, I just want to indicate to you the proceedings are being streamed live. It is on record and it is being recorded. So mine is just to, before I hand over to our National Commissioner, Professor Madlingozi, who you will see there online. He is the chairperson of the panel. I'm quickly going to introduce myself and my colleague, and then we're going to hand over to Prof for the introduction from his side, as well as the administration of the oath. So as indicated, I'm Eileen. I'm from the Human Rights Commission here in the Eastern Cape. I'm one of the panel members for this inquiry. Council?
Hello, I'm Advocate Letu Makadlela. I come from the Bishop Bar in Berea. I'm also one of the panelists.
Commissioner Madlingozi, if I can hand over to you.
Well, good afternoon and welcome. I hope you can hear me well. Can you hear me well?
Can hear you well.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm going to be administering the oath to whoever is going to be presenting. May I get an indication about who is going to be presenting? Will it be both of you, or is it just one of you?
Commissioner, we have a request. We have, as we call here, we have two of our members in Mthatha who could not leave because of the bad weather. They are now connected online, Professor Kwaso and a CEO, Mr. Likeke. They are part and they are online, and Professor Kwaso will be offering the presentation online. Myself, I'm Tandek Kamlashe. I'm the DDG here in the Eastern Cape Department of Health. And Doc.
Tula, Clinical Manager at Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital in Mthatha.
Thank you so much. For the colleagues online, I'm gonna need to see them, so if they can switch on their video, if they're connected.
We'll tell them as such, Commissioner.
I see one. Can you just introduce yourself, sir?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is Dr. Kaswa. I am a family physician from Mthatha Regional Hospital, and today I am presenting on behalf of the Department of Health.
Thank you so much. You indicate that there were four of you. Who is the other person?
Chairperson, unfortunately, our CEO is not around, but with me is the secretary from the Mthatha Regional Hospital of the CEO.
Thank you so much. So just to get confirmation, the three of you will be doing the presentation, or only Professor Kas?
I'll just give an overview, introduction, Commissioner, and then Professor Kasa will carry on with the presentation.
Okay, I'm going to be swearing both of you in. Let me start with Professor Kas. Will you be doing an affirmation, or will you be swearing to an oath?
Oath is fine, Commissioner, for me.
Please just state your names for the record once again.
I will go for the oath.
Yes, your names, just for the record, your names.
My name is Dr. Ram Prakash, and my surname is Kaswa. I am a family physician at Mthatha Regional Hospital.
Thank you, Professor Kas. Sorry, Kaswa or Kas?
It's a Kaswa.
Kaswa, thank you so much. Do you swear that the evidence that you're going to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If that's the case, will you please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God"?
So help me God.
Thank you so much. And then the DDG in the room, your names for the record.
My name, Commissioner, is Mthandeki Kamlashe. I'm a Deputy Director General in the Eastern Cape Department of Health. I'm here representing my head of department, Dr. Rolin Wagner.
Thank you so much. Will you be doing an affirmation or swearing to the oath?
I'll take the oath, Commissioner.
Thank you so much. Do you swear that the testimony that you're going to be presenting before us is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If that's the case, will you please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God"?
So help me God.
DDG, over to you with the overview. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Mine is very brief. in that we have prepared the report as per request. And as we all understand in the room, that in our environment, there is information that could be considered general, and there is information that is confidential. We are going to share with you all the general information in this presentation, and should there be a need for us to share and disclose confidential information, we will do so, as we always do when you issue us with a letter of that nature. So we have those two reports, but for now we'll present the general reports about the incidents of the day and await further direction from yourselves in respect to the detail of personalized information. That's basically my responsibility for now, and that's the part I will then hand over back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Professor Kaswa, over to you then.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can I play my presentation? Sure. Thank you.
Yes, you may. Has the sharing rights been shared with Professor?
So thanks again for everybody, and thank you very much for providing this opportunity to present ourselves on the Department of Health and all protocol observed. So as my DDG mentioned, I will go in the brief on the PowerPoint presentation, and then maybe if you want more further information, any chairperson or any panel member might be, I can share with more information. So this is the event we submitting on. The event happened on the 27th of May as requested from the Human Rights Commissions. So we compile the report. On the background, it say the current report is based on the Umtata Regional Hospital and the Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital patient clinical record and the hospital patient record register. So the information what I'm presenting is based on the clinical record of the patient, is not the live information or neither the live experience from direct patient. All the patients were identified and the cross-checked with the hospital registration that they are the legitimate person whom the doctor or the clinician treated. So Umtata Regional Hospital received around 14 patients at the trauma emergency unit with the clinical assessment for the gunshot injury on 27th of May 2024. All the patient we receive is brought by the emergency medical service EMS personnel, and the time between they arrive in the hospital was between 9 a.m. and 12 p.m. And all of the patient we receive for the gunshot injury, this 14 were brought from the WSU campus, Nelson Mandela Drive. And after the clash with the South African Police Services. Out of 14, 9 patients, they claim that they are student in the WSU campus. Remaining other client or the patient, they are not the student, but they just are the bystander who also injured. The type of injury sustained, they range from the minor rubber bullet like a bruise injury to the severe life-threatening bullet injury with the entry and the exit wound. So I classify the different category of the patient, how they sustained injury. So out of them, the 3 patients have the entry and the exit bullet injury. 6 patients have the rubber bullet injury that we clearly identified. 2 patients have the entry and the exit gunshot wound. And 1 patient have the entry wound, but there was no exit gunshot wound. The 4 patients have the soft tissue injury with the rubber bullet injury, and the 2 patients have the fractured bone with the rubber bullet injury. Then we categorize according to their severity, are they life-threatening or non-life-threatening. So under the life-threatening category, there's a 3 patients we define have the imminent life-threatening injury. The first one of them has the chest bullet injury. have the entry wound and the exit wound. But on the X-ray, we exclude that the bullet was not penetrate the chest cavity, neither it injured the lung. Clinically, patient was stable and it was referred to the Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital for further assessment. Patient was mobile, but the patient failed to attend the A&E Nelson Mandela and left the hospital without informing. The second client, whom we are suspecting the life-threatening injury, was the right leg bullet injury with the entry and exit wound, but without any vascular injury. Was clinically stable, but patient signed the RST. Patient was accompanying with his mother, and both they left the institute against the clinician's advice. The third client we suspecting for the life-threatening injury was a bullet injury on the right buttock. That was the entry wound only. So clinically stable. Patient was, after treating for the first aid, referred to the Nelson Mandela, and he subsequently discharged from the Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital after further assessment that patient is clinically stable. The next category of the patient we divide into the non-life threatening. So out of 9, the commission asked 3 to be categorized life threatening, 6 were non-life threatening. So the 6 patients have the sustained non-life threatening injury. 2 patients sustained fracture, and both fracture was the hairline fracture. They are not displaced fracture. That means bone is not displaced. They just cracked the bone. With the rubber bullet, in both fracture was associated with the rubber bullet injury and were clinically stable. After doing the first aid treatment, they referred for the Bedford Orthopedic Hospital for the follow-up assessment and the visit. Then the remaining 4 patients, they have just minor soft tissue injury with the rubber bullet associated with the rubber bullet injury, and all are clinically stable. They all discharged after the first aid treatment. The outcome of the patient, the 4 patients were referred for the A&E department to the Nelson Mandela Hospital, whom we are suspecting more severe injury for further assessment by the surgeon and the other orthopedic discipline. Out of the 4, 2 reached the A&E Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital and were discharged home after the assessment. And the remaining 2 left the hospital after receiving the first aid, and the remaining 2, they never reached to the A&E Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital. They just left the Umtata Regional Hospital, and I assume that they left for the home because they never returned back to the Umtata Regional Hospital also. 1 patient was booked for the follow-up Bedford Hospital for outpatient department, not the immediate attention for any medical condition. 3 patients were discharged home after the first aid treatment, and 1 patient left the hospital against the clinician's advice. That one I previously mentioned, signed the RST, and he left with his mother at home. The long-term outcome, the commission has asked us that what is the long-term consequences if someone have the bullet injury. So based on our hospital patient record, none of the patient visited for the follow-up. None of the client came for any physical disability after discharging for the immediate treatment. None of the patient came for any follow-up post-traumatic psychological disorder. So in that situation, we is not in the position to we can conclude that any long-term physical or psychological post-trauma complication happen, since none of the patient did came for any follow-up visit. So that's from my side. Now I have the individual patient. If you want, Chairperson, I can go for the individual patient to.
Thank you so much. DDG, any closing remarks, or should we go to questions?
Just maybe a few things. The RHT issue for record is your refusal of hospital treatment, which any citizen is entitled to, because we cannot treat anyone against their will. But what then we cannot account for what happens to them. after they signed that form. We always make sure it's signed under conditions that people are informed of its implications, and the patient may not present in any of our public health facilities in South Africa if ever they sign that form in any of them. So that's basically an RHT. And Chair, once more, this information as presented is reflected in our documents, and all of it is information that was sourced from the escorts and the relatives and the patients themselves. So its validity or otherwise, and its authenticity is purely based on what we got from the people that we interviewed at the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll start with some questions and comments. First of all, Dr. Kaswa, thank you so much for that clear, concise, and very systematic presentation. We really appreciate it. Let me start with where you ended, DDG, in terms of refusal of treatment. I'm asking you to speculate. I'm asking you to speculate here.
Yes, yes.
What could be the reason for Dr. Kaswa mentioned that in 3 life-threatening cases, 1, the patient left hospital. 2, the patient and with his mom left the hospital against, advice from the doctors. In your experience and in your assessment, what could this indicate, especially someone with life-threatening injuries? Of course, it might be that they will be presenting themselves to a private facility. Or could someone say, could this indicate that these are people who may be feared for their lives, people who, even though they have life-threatening injuries, they were so scared of something that they would choose to almost escape. I'll use the word escape from hospital. In your experience, in your assessment, what could account for this very unusual behavior? That's the first question that I have. I've got 4 questions. The second question, Dr. Kaswa, you mentioned rubber bullet injuries that had caused fractures. Now, we are always told that there's a distinction between rubber bullet and live ammunition bullets. Now, a rubber bullet that causes a fracture, would you say that this indicates that this was fired at very close range? That's why there was such injuries. What does that tell us about the manner of the discharge of the rubber bullet? I know you're not a police officer. I know you're not a ballistic, specialist. But for a rubber bullet to cause a fracture, would you say this indicates that there was a close range between the shooter and the patient who was injured? What does it indicate in terms of, the fracture? Dr. Kaswa has not used the word live ammunition. Dr. Kaswa used 2 terms. Number 1, rubber bullet, and number 2, bullets with entry and exit wounds. Now, for those of us who are lay person, Dr. Kaswa, are you saying the second type of injury, the first one you are very clear, they were caused by a rubber bullet. But the second one, are you saying those were caused by live ammunition, the ones that had an entry and an exit wounds? As I said, in your slide, there was
Hi, Prof, you are muted. Okay, perhaps we're just going to wait for 1 second for Prof just to rejoin. Prof Kaswa, I think there is at this stage 3 questions, perhaps if you want to ponder in respect of the nature of the proximity, perhaps of the shots fired. Number 2, the series, or whether one can categorize from the exit and entry wounds, whether it was live ammunition or rubber bullets. And then the first question where Prof requested, I think, yeah, just a contextual question in that respect. If you don't mind, gentlemen, let's just see if the Prof is reconnecting. I know he also had a 4th question, but Prof Kasper, maybe for my purposes, let me, in the meantime, also pose.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, there you are back, Prof. Thank you so much. We've just repeated the questions that you had posed. You can come in with your 4th question, Prof.
Apologies for that. I've switched on to my phone. My computer suddenly froze. DDG, is it common that in Tata, when there are protests, that there's not always, but there's frequently, injured protesters and bystanders? I'm asking this because we are also interested in the way that the clubs undertake crowd management, and whether, and this can also be an unfair question because it was not in the list of questions that we sent to you, but whether is it frequent that every time there's a protest, there are injured people that, present themselves to hospitals. So those were my 4 initial questions. I've got 2 other questions, but I will reserve them for now. Yes. Dr. Kada, over to you, and then Advocate.
Thank you, Prof. You pretty much covered my questions as well, but perhaps just adding to those specific ones. Rubber bullets. Your categorization there said life-threatening. So can we confirm that rubber bullets can cause death? Just that one confirmation. And then the second one, just whether from your records, Prof, as well as DDG, were any SAPS officials admitted to the hospital on the date in question, and whether you would be able to verify that without obviously providing us with protected information. So those are only the 2 ones from my side, Prof. Thank you so much. Council?
Thank you.
Thank you,
Council.
I don't have a question. I think all the questions have been posed. I would just like to have a comment or a request, as it was notified that there is privileged information. From what has been recorded, there were 14 patients who were not noted, but however, I heard that it was 9 WUSU students. So may we just be provided with the actual information of the 9 WUSU students so that we can be able to determine if whether we'll have any follow-up questions in terms of the injuries, because I'm not pretty sure out of the 14 which are actually the life-threatening ones in terms of the WUSU students. That would be my request, Prof.
Thank you so much. Maybe another question that you can check vis-a-vis your records, you might not be able to answer it now. From the testimony of the students, they alleged that most of them were shot from the back as they were either sitting down or as they were moving away. Where are the injuries as far as the students are concerned? I mean, don't answer now. Please go look at your records from the 9 student patients who were students. Where were the injuries? Were they at the back? Were they in the front? What does it indicate to you? Was it this, were these people sitting down? Were they standing? Were they walking away? In your experience, anything that you want to share with us? DDG, let's start with you, and then we'll come to Professor Kaswa.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I will take the privilege of speculation as you have given it to me. From the circumstances that prevailed at that time, the levels of anxiety in general were high on everyone, including our own workers, because it was literally a war zone. And therefore, it was expected to behave in an unusual fashion, even if they were injured. So I guess the patients who came to our environment, once we stabilized them, they wanted to get out of that environment as soon as possible, because no one would ever understand whether things would escalate or not. So that's basically because we treat patients who can get involved in these kinds of injuries from time to time. It's very unusual for people with life-threatening injuries to just run away and sign a refusal of hospital treatment. So from where we are, is that for people who wanted to say, look, I've been stabilized and my life is probably safe. I have a chance of survival, and that depends on me being away from this environment. So that's how we understood. It was not in any manner an expression of dissatisfaction with care or defiance of clinicians' orders. We always compelled to give advice, obviously. So that's how we interpreted, Chair, the situation at the time. On the other one, perhaps, Chair, maybe it's about clarity. In Dr. Kasa's presentation, the patients that had fractures, they also had rubber bullet injuries. It's very difficult at times to associate those two, because maybe in the process of either running away, they can break their bones and also have a rubber injury. So it may be associate the fracture to the impact of the rubber bullet. But as it was presented, that these were found on one patient, the rubber bullet injury and then the fractures, So it's basically, in our situation, not really possible to associate those. If I may take my last one, Chair, so that Prof. Kaswa can then come in later on. Rubber bullets, can they kill or not? I guess in any situation, the issue of external injury depends which part of your body is affected. Sometimes a rubber bullet may hit an area that has got a big vessel that makes you bleed. So the rubber bullet is a soft area. If it makes you bleed, you die from the bleeding, And it may hit against your skull, which is harder, and it may not cause a serious injury, even if it's a bit of a closer range. But from our own experience, rubber bullets can cause death, depending which part of the body. And as you indicated, Chair, and the range which is linked to the impact when it hits the body. We have had such evidences in our forensic mortuaries when we do postmortems. So they can kill rubber bullets, and especially the short range and high impact, and they injure a sensitive area like your neck, where there are major vessels, and it's also soft. If they hit against the bone or your ribs, and it's usually much better in your legs, unless they hit a major vessel in those areas. So one can say, yes, rubber bullets can cause death. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DDG. Professor Kaswa, over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, DDG, for assisting me the question. Let me start with the first one, the rubber bullet and the fracture. Chairperson, is depend on the force apply and the anatomical part of the body. So the two fracture what we notice, one is the distal phalanges of the finger. So if we apply extra force on the distal phalanges, likelihood even the rubber bullet can make the fracture of the distal phalanges. So that is the one case. Second one is also the foot bone. We called it the navicular bone. And usually you have a small bone. So might be it is a rubber bullet that can also cause hairline fracture. It depends on what anatomical site it have the put the force. So even the maybe slight distance range rubber bullet, if we put the all force on the single digit, it might causes the fracture. So that the two explanation that maximum I can give you from my observation. The second one, the SAPS official was there at the treatment site or not. So I can confirm that day because that we are also the abnormal day for us. Most of the healthcare practitioners that didn't make to the hospital due to the strike blockage. So the only few medical officer we have who is staying inside the campus. So I was there, but no SAPS official was inside the emergency department when we are treating these clients. The third question is regarding the ask about there was 14 client. Yes, I mentioned in my opening background, there was 14 client we received, but only the 9 claim they are the WUSU student. And I describe all the 9 student. Might be these remaining 14 could be from the other side also, because we also receive from the other side that day from the Umtata, many places there was the unrest. And the rubber bullet was fired in many other different places also. Before the last two questions, one is that why I use the entry wound and the exit wound instead of live bullet or the rubber bullet. I mentioned the 6 injury that we clearly identify they are the rubber bullet. When we are the grease injury, we can get it on the entry wound. The remaining 3 we not confirm because the types of the entry wound and the exit wound. So we're not sure this is the bullet, live bullet, or it is a rubber bullet. But one thing we can assure that it was not a direct live bullet. When we get the direct live bullet, we get the burn injury at the entry wound, and the entry wound was different kind of. So it could be indirect live injury when the bullet is hit object and then it become a fragment and that fragment get hit. Or it could be the rubber bullet. If the close range rubber bullet will be put it can make both entry and exit wound. And we didn't get any live bullet or any component of the bullet. So we can't claim that this is a live bullet or the rubber bullet. All the fact I present from the clinical record finding what they recorded on the examinations. The last one is the most of the student claim for the back injury. I have individual patient what we treat and the anatomical site where the injury. If you want, I can fly for that presentation. Okay. So I hope you can see my screen. Please confirm that you can see my screen.
Your screen, the writing is very small, but we can see your screen, yes.
Is it much better now?
It is much better, thank you.
Sure. So I categorize all the 9 patients what the commission asked. So the first client, it was 22-year-old male, where we are suspecting the severe injury, have the entry wound and the exit wound. So entry wound was the anterior chest wall at the 7th intercostal space, and the exit wound was just on the back of the chest below the subscapular region. So that was the front wound. The second one is the 18-year-old sustained injury, exit and entry wound on the right leg. That one was also the entry was the anterior side and the posterior side was the exit wound. The third client, we have 23-year-old male sustained entry wound. This is the back side on the right buttock region. Only the entry wound. The fourth one is 21-year-old. All the remaining are the rubber bullet wound injury, the right thigh, anterior side. The fifth one is 22-year-old rubber bullet injury on the right hand. And that lead to the fracture of the second proximal fingers. The sixth one is 27-year-old male sustained rubber bullet injury on the right lower limb. I think this is the backside one injury, but that is a rubber bullet. Seventh one, 33-year-old male sustained the rubber bullet injury at the right lower limb at the ankle, lateral aspect of the ankle. That one get the fracture of the navicular small bone of the foot. The eighth one, 22-year-old male sustained rubber bullet injury at the right thigh on the medial aspect of the thigh. And the last one is 20-year-old male sustained rubber bullet injury on the right lower limb. And that is also, I think, the back of the lower limb. So out of 9, all have the below the waist injury, except the first client I mentioned, the chest entry and exit, that have the chest. Remaining 8 have below the waist injury. Thanks, Chair. Over to you.
No, thank you so much, Prof. Excellent presentations, you and the DGG. Advocate, do you have any follow-up questions?
Just one from what has been presented, Prof.
Yes, please go ahead.
I think it's just a comment with what we still require in the summary of what was just presented. For purposes of understanding the injury, the exact place of the injury, if we would just be provided with more clarity in terms of the exact part, because I see others just say right thigh. So maybe if we would know it comes from the back of the right thigh or the front of the right thigh. That is all, so that we can be able to present in terms of the other presenters where we wish to ask more questions in terms of the injury.
Thank you so much, Council. Dr. Carter?
Nothing from my side. Thank you, Prof.
No, this was too clear for our liking. We don't have too many questions. Thank you so much, DDG. Thank you so much, Professor Kaswa. We do know that your time is precious. We do know that you are very, very busy. We do know that the weather conditions are not suitable for traveling. So we truly want to thank you sincerely for coming before us, for your presentations. We will follow up with written questions, 1 or 2, that could assist us. But for now, I want to say thank you so much. And if there's nothing else, we will excuse you from the witness box. Thank you so much, Professor Kaswa. Thank you so much, DDG and your team.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for Komani Hospital. Thank you when things happen there. Promise.
One email. Very nice to see. We're trying and all the we got is just having a little bit of a challenge currently. Perhaps if we stand down for 5 minutes, Prof, just to engage with him whether he is able to join us, and then we will join after 5 minutes again. We apologize for any inconvenience. We just want to make sure whether the member from Sahrc is able to join. So just with your indulgence, Prof, 5-minute break.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Hi, Prof. All right. Hi, Prof. We are ready to proceed. We've got a colleague from Sahrc, Mr. Mlungisi Nzenze, who will be joining us online. Mr. Nzenze, I can see you are online, but I can see you are on hold, if I'm not mistaken. May we request that you join us here on the platform? Mr. Nzenze, if you can hear us, you are on hold on the platform. Mr. Nzenze, we're going to try and contact you telephonically if you can join us. You are still on hold on the platform.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Nzenze. Good afternoon.
Molweni madam ninjani?
Nansiphilile Nkosazana.
Philile nam. Unzenze ngapha.
Good afternoon, sir. You're speaking to Eileen here. I'm from the South African Human Rights Commission in the province. Is it by any chance possible for you to put on your camera for us?
Yes, madam.
Thank you so much. Before I'm going to hand you over to the chairperson of this panel, our Professor Malingozi, National Commissioner, I'm going to just quickly ask my colleague also to introduce herself before we hand you over. Council?
Thank you so much. Good day, sir. I'm also here as Advocate Makadlela from the Bishop Bar. I'm one of the panelists.
Okay.
Baba Mlungisi unjani?
Siyaphila. Akhondo kunjani?
No, siyaphila nathi. If we can state your names for the record once again, your full names.
Mlungisi Nzenze.
Thank you so much. I'm going to swear you in so that you are under oath. Do you swear that the evidence that you're going to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If that's the case, will you raise your right hand and say, "So help me God"?
Help me God.
Excellent, excellent. Will you be speaking in English or in a different language for your testimony?
Xhosa.
Okay, you can go ahead. Dr. Kada, do you have translation available?
Yes, Commissioner. Mr. Nzenze can go ahead. We just ask him to also give us an opportunity for to take breaks in between his submission to allow for the translation services on our side. But we are ready.
So yeah, if you can go slow, then there'll be translation and then over to you. Over to you, Baba Mlungisi.
What that?
Qhubeka baba.
Oh, uthini umbuzo?
Funeka he's actually asking what is the question, so I don't think he knows what he should be doing.
Can you give him just a background about his experience for the day?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I'll hand it over to you.
Okay, is he still on the line, Baba Mlungisi? I can't see him. Baba Mlungisi, ukhona?
Prof, we can't see him as well. It does look like he's experiencing network concerns. My recommendation is, Prof, and with the indulgence of the panel, let's give it 1 minute. If Mr. Nzenze is unable to join, then let us rather engage with him telephonically. He did undertake the oath, and perhaps we can reduce his submission to writing from the staff's side, and we request then that be admitted into our portfolio of evidence, if that is amenable to you, Prof.
My suggestion would be that let's reconvene, because you know, we've said that this inquiry is live streamed, that this inquiry is also on record. So we'll want to see the speaker. We'll want the speaker to be on Teams so that, you know, it can be captured live. We do understand that there were challenges with the traveling because of the weather. So Baba Mlungisi, we understand the challenge. Ukhona baba? You are muted. If you can unmute yourself, Baba.
Oh, ndiyakhahlela Nkosi yami.
Okay.
Ndixolise.
No problem.
Ndixolise ngokungaphumeleli ngenxa yeweather.
Yes.
Ndihlala ezilalini ndingeleni, so akhange ndikwazi ukuphuma ke ngoku. Phela imoto yaqina. Andakwazi uzofikelela lapho, ndiyaxolisela ke loo nto leyo.
No. We understand. Translator, are you ready to translate the questions?
Yes, I am, Prof.
Okay, Baba Mlungisi, if you can start with this question. Can you share with us, number one, what were the reasons for the protest from the taxi side? What were the broad reason why you decided to protest as the association? Translator?
Zintoni izizathu zenu zoba nibe niya toyitoya ngala mini kwakwenzeke ngayo le protest?
Oh, okay. Impendulo yami izophendulwa ngolu hlobo. Nkosi yami, ngala mini ye-protest ndandingekho kwalapha eMthatha. Ndandisengqeleni ezilalini. Ndathi xa ndinyuka ndisiya eMthatha ndikhapha unkosikazi wam ndimsa emsebenzini, andakwazi ungena eMthatha kwabe sekuvaliwe. So ndaphinda ndagoduka ngoku ndayohlala ekhaya. So andazi ukuba kwenzeka ntoni ngaphakathi eMthatha, because zange ndingene, and I was not a part of the protest. So andiyazi uba kwenzeka ntoni the total that day, because yaqhubeka laa nto kwade kwalate. So ndabe sendisekhaya mna sendigodukile.
Yeah. Okay, translator?
He was in question. He was at home in Malay. He tried going his wife to he couldn't enter, so he doesn't know what happened. Wasn't there.
Okay, but as the association, was there a resolution that you will go on a protest? And what was the reason for that protest? Why did the association decide to go on a protest? What were some of the unhappiness that led the association to decide to go on a protest? We know that you were not there on that day, but before that, we understand, we've been told that the association decided that there would be a protest, that there would be a shutdown. What were the reason for the unhappiness from your side as a Not you, but the association. Translator?
Ingabe yayintoni izizathu ezavela uba umbutho lo uthatha izigqibo sobana nizawube niyatoyitoya ngalamhla yayintoni le naningonwabanga ngayo okanye nanikhalaza ngayo eyabantu uba umbutho mawuthatha isigqibo soba makutoyitoywe?
Eyi, akho nto ndiyaziyo ngezigqibo zoba kurizalthela into yokubana ube kuyiwe etoyitoyini kwicala lozotekiso. Akho nto ndiyaziyo esi sikhalazo kuyinto yobana kubangela into yobana kuhambe kuyobhikishwa endleleni. Akho nto ndayivayo esi sikhalazo kwicala lotekiso le-industry.
Can you just confirm for me, what is your position again? What is your position in the association?
Mna
Yintoni mina ndithetha apha kwi-associate apha embuthweni?
ngu-regional chairperson wee-associations eziyi-13. Regional chair. So u-regional chair ke u-accommodator ezi branches ziyi-13 different organizations.
Okay, you can translate the two responses.
He's a regional chairperson of the 13 different associations that are under Sahrc. So he's the OR Tambo regional chairperson.
So you are not there on that day, but also you don't know why the association in Mthatha decided to protest. Is that your testimony?
So uthi wena bakho ubungqinoza nabo namhlanje kukuba wawungekho ngalamini ungazazi nezizathu ezazibangela kube kukho la protest ngalamhla. So ubungqina bakho awubona namhlanje.
Injalo man.
It is so.
Okay. I think Letu wanted to come in, PM. Letu, if you can give the questions to the panelists, because the panelists will be the one that will have to ask the questions. But before that, let me first start with Advocate. Advocate, do you have any questions at this stage, Advocate?
That's me, right? Yes, Prof. I think it's council who requested to interject, and we can hand over to council.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, council.
Oh, yes, Prof. That's my name. Letu is me. May I just ask the questions in the home language so that I can be direct, then I can be assisted with the interpretation thereof?
That's fine, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Nzenze.
Hello.
Uyadiva tata ne?
Yakuva.
Tata uthi uyi regional chairperson ye OR Tambo, andit?
Yes.
Ubizile ke ngoku wathi uyi regional chairperson anamtshe zi-branches eziyi-13.
The associations eziyi-13 branches.
Eziyi-13. So kwezi associations eziyi-13 enye yazo yile yaseMthatha. Tata cela uvume ngo-ewe ngoba akakwazi ushicilela.
Ewe, leyaseMthatha.
She was asking whether he is the chairperson of all the 13 branches that are under OR Tambo, and whether he is also the one in Mthatha is also under him. So he's just confirmed everything that was being asked.
Tata eyona yona chambers OR Tambo regional chairperson. Kukho into eyenzeka kulo nyaka edibanisa i-association yaseMthatha. le wena uyi-regional chairperson yayo.
There was an incident that happened on the 27th of May. That is and association that you are sharing.
So ke ngoku Tata uNzenze into besifuna ukuyiqonda.
Hello. Hello. Ukwaqhawuka. Ukwaqhawuka. Ukwakhatha befowunini.
Just repeat that last question, Council. Yes, yeah, you got cut off there.
Injongo ye-inquiry ukuqonda.
Isakhathi network yakho.
Yeah, the network is not very good. We can't hear you. Yeah. Just repeat again. Just try again.
Okay. Uyandiva Tata uNzenze?
Yes, it's good now.
Thank you. Eyona nto esifuna uyiqonda njenge-inquiry kule inquiry siyenzayo yindima eyadlalwa yi-association yaseMthatha ngalaa mini ye-strike. Yiyo into ekuzisa apha. Ube ngumntu ozothethelela i-association njenge-regional chairperson. Not ukuthi wena siqu sakho wawukhona na okanye hayi. Uyandiva Tata? Ewe. So sifuna wena ube ngumlomo we-association yaseMthatha usixelele ukuba kwakwenzeke ntoni ukuze kube khona i-strike esidibanisa i-taxi association eMthatha. Owazivayo kwii-members or kwii-taxi drivers ezazikhona okanye owayivayo ekuthiwa iyenzeka or izawukwenzeka. Yiyo into ekuzisa apho uba uzosicacisela.
Oh, okay. Into enzekayo nansi madam ne. Akukho nto eza kum ethi Mr. Nzenze sinengxaki apho kule association yaseMthatha. Sifuna ukuba siyikhalazele siyele esitratweni. Elo hlobo nohlobo nohlobo mhlawumbi batsho bazibala. Zange yenzeke loo nto leyo. Into eyenzekayo ngalaa mini ndabona ziba ndingakwazi ungena eMthatha. Ndajika ndagoduka kodwa ndafumana ke ngoku elantukeni ereyidweni uba hayi kukho istrike esikhoyo eMthatha kuvaliwe uMthatha wonke awungeneki.
Translation, please.
Yes, the advocate was explaining to him that the aim of the inquiry is to find out what happened on that day. So we are not here to ask him as the individual as to what happened, but rather as the chair of the association. So he's here to speak on behalf of his members as to what happened. So in response, he's saying that nothing was reported to him, nor any request made to him regarding the strike action. He only saw the day when he tried to enter Mthatha and it was impossible. And he later heard on the radio that day that no one can enter Mthatha because of the strike action.
May I put a follow-up question, Prof?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Tata uNzenze usekhona?
Sekhona.
Ke ngoku ke tata ekufumaniseni kushicilelo le-radio ukuba kuthiwa bekukhona i-protest, wayifumanisa uba kuthiwa yi-protest yantoni?
It's not there anymore.
He's left the chat.
He's left the chat. Okay. Colleagues, we're not going to get far. We need to confer and then try another strategy, but I don't think we're going to get far. Yes. Madam Lungisi, are you back? No, Dr. Carter, let's excuse the witness for now. Similar to the other witnesses, we will follow up with any formal questions, but I know people are watching online, so let's not waste anyone's time. Let's stop now and we'll follow up. Baba, will.
Better network and penda boy network and says Lali in
Okay, advocate.
Better network, you and man how.
Yeah, no, we understand. Advocate, do you have any other question?
Through you, Prof.
Yes.
I do, but however, I'm just looking at the struggles, and I wish we would just have an opportunity in the future, or possibly because we still have prospects of other witnesses in clarification. I think we need to get a clarification, seeking questions to pose to Mr. Nzenze for a future preparation, if I may use that word. So
yes.
I'm indebted to you, Prof, that we just give Mr. Nzenze an ample opportunity so that we can be precise to exactly what is the purpose of the inquiry and what we determine from him.
Yes, let's do that, Dr. Carter, if you don't have an objection, which is number one. Let's we did send questions to Ms. Nzenze, right? Yes, if we can follow up again with those questions, number one. Number two, a question to Dr. Carter and the team. Did we request the local association, not the regional association, but the local branch? Did we request them to appear before us? Because the last time when we met, the person that came before us from Santogo said, no, I was not there. Please ask the regional chairperson. Now the regional chairperson said he was not there. He doesn't know what happened, what the strike was about. So my question to you, Dr. Carter, the team, did we request the local association to appear before us? So if you can translate the two things, translator. Number one, which is that we're going to excuse Mr. Nzenze, but before we excuse him, if he can confirm that he did receive the letter with our questions. That's the first thing that you should confirm for us. Number two, who does he think we should be speaking to? Who exactly is he recommending that we should be speaking to, who will have the full knowledge of what happened on that day? Let's start with that before I come to Dr. Carter. Translator.
Yes, madam.
Kuthiwa mandibuze apha phambi koba sibe siya kukhulula. Uzifumanile mos ileta ezisuka apha eofisini yethu ebezinemibuzo echazayo uba namhlanje ulindeleke uba mawuzophendula ntoni? Uzifumene? Okwesibini kuthiwa ndibuze uba ucinga uba wena mhlawumbi uthi ungacebisa uba masibuze kubani ozawukwazi uyiphendula le mibuzo sinayo xa usithi wena ukwazi uyiphendula kuba wawungekho. So mhlawumbi masibe le mibuzo siyibhekisa kubani?
Ndicinga le mibuzo mna as association njengoba izikhokhele ne ndino-chairperson per branch ino-chairperson wayo. You understand, ne? So umntu onokuyazi nakasana ngu-chairperson we-branch eyayi-involve kulaa nto yokuyobhikisha emgaqweni yovala indlela. Uyena ke accountable kule nto ayicacise uba wazi njani ngale nto ngebranch yakhe eyayiphaya.
What is his name?
Branch have a chairperson.
What is his name? What is his name?
Chairperson of branch yalapha eMthatha.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Qhinga, S. Qhinga.
You've got his phone numbers?
Number yakhe ngathi ndinayo.
Okay, okay. No, not now. Not now. We'll come back later.
Uye kanokuyicacisa ncakasana uba kwenzeka ntoni that day.
He's saying that he does confirm that he got the letter, but he's recommending that we should rather speak to the branch chairperson of the association that was involved on the day, which is Mr. Tenga, as he's just indicated.
Okay, we'll follow up with him, but I want to state for the record that there seems to have been a misunderstanding. The South African Human Rights Commission is a constitutional body created by the Constitution and by our legislation. The Constitution and the legislation gives us powers to institute inquiries. Number two, it gives us the power to subpoena anyone that we think will help us with our inquiries. We use state resources to convene these inquiries. Now, we met in August. We did not have any joy from the Taxi Association. We are meeting again today. We have to postpone once again. I want to state for the record that as the South African Human Rights Commission, we are not happy that we'll have to postpone once again this hearing because of a misunderstanding or because of, the questions not going to the right person. If you go to the record of August, you'll have heard that we want to understand why was the Taxi Association unhappy, so that we can bring all the parties together, so that we can have a solution. So really, our task as a constitutional body is to get to the bottom of this issue so that we don't have a situation once again where people are injured, where property is broken, where the Taxi Association is also not happy. So, in summary, we are going to postpone the inquiry today. We want to register our unhappiness that we did send you a letter. The letter contained a list of questions. We would have thought that you would come to us with those questions, having prepared an answer. If you don't have answers to those questions, we'll have sent the letter to the person who has, the responses, so that person can really assist us. So, since we're going to release you, we'll follow up with the local Taxi Association, and then we'll take it from there. Translator, I know that was very long. Please translate what you can translate.
Tatunzenze uthi Professor uCommissioner i-commission le office eyenziwe ngokomthetho isibekwa ngumgaqo constitution ukutsho nomthetho lo i-legislation. So i-Human Rights Act ivumela i-commission le bayikwazi ukwenza i-hearing njengale nto sikuyo namhlanje. Nakhona iyakwazi uphinda ikhuphe inamandla okukhupha le nto kuthiwa ngumsila wengwe isabhina uba uzowuprezenta phambi kwayo xa ngaba kukho into esifuna uzoyiprezenta phambi kwayo. Yiyo le nto namhlanje wawukhutshelwe laa notice yayiseviwe apha kuwe. So xa kusenza yonke loo nto kuye kusetyenziswe imali karhulumente engeyonto intle uba kwenzeke inkcitho yayo engekho rayithi, ndingatsho indlela elula yoyibeka. Ngo-August nanibiziwe anafika akwakwaze kuphendula. Again namhlanje siyanibiza apha ngoNovember, again akukwazeki uphendula. Bekucingwa ngoku kwakukhutshwa kulaa leta yayiphumela leta inemibuzo elistiweyo phaa uba yintoni ekufuna nizoyiphendula namhlanje. So bekucinga uba xa ungakwazi wena uyiphendula wena ubuza uyisa apho ibifanele ubuyisa khona, umuntu ozawuba nayo impendulo, so that xa sidibana namhlanje ube unazo impendulo kulaa mibuzo ibibhalwe phaa eleteni. Also eyona aim yale hearing yobana sive kuni bakwakwenzeke ntoni na ngala mini, so that sizo-understand kwakutheni kubekho la protest action, also sizophuma nesisombululo kwenzele ukuba kungaziphinda kubekho isehlo esifana nesasenzeka ngala mini. So iCommission iyayichaza ke into yobana ayixolanga, ayonwabanga ngoba kuphinde again ibe siyapostpona, but ke sizawupostpona to olunye usuku, but singaxolanga sinjalo.
Oh, ndingavela mem.
Ewe tata.
Ileta zange ndiyifumane. Mna ndifumene last week i-email ethi ndiyafuneka East London. That is only ileta endiyifumeneyo ekuthiwa isuka kwa-human rights. Zange ndiyifumane enye ileta before. So it's only this letter ebendifuna namhlanje endiyifumeneyo.
I only received the letter last week that says I should be here today. Other than the letter I received last week, I never received any other communication from the Human Rights Commission.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Mzenze, thank you so much for making time to come to us. We know that you are busy. We know that the weather is not good. We know you wanted to come to us in person, but you couldn't come because of the weather. So we are going to excuse you today. Thank you so much. We will be in touch with the local chairperson so that we can get to the heart of this matter. But for now, the South African Human Rights Commission wishes to thank you for your time and will be in touch. Thank you so much.
Siyabulela tata ngexesha lakho, ungakhululeka sizawuthetha naye lo busithi kubhetere basingabuza kuye. I think Mr. Qhinga sizawucommunicate naye, but ungakhululeka iCommission iyabulela ngexesha lakho.
Nam ndiyabulela kakhulu ngale alternative niyenzileyo yokuba singene apha kule virtual meeting. Ithe enkosi kakhulu, nam ndiyabulela.
I also thank you for allowing me to rather use the virtual alternative instead of coming in this.
Thank you so much, sir. Commissioner, that brings us to the end of the program for today. I am going to perhaps hand over to you for a few closing remarks, and then going to request streamer disconnects to allow us just to internally address one or two things for a way forward. So perhaps over to you, Prof, for closing remarks.
No, thank you so much to, first of all, the Eastern Cape South African Human Rights Commission team. Oh.
And then, oh goodness. It appears we have lost Prof. Let's just give it 1 second for Prof to rejoin. There we go. You're back, Prof.
Yes, the network is letting me down, so I'm not going to switch on my camera. I hope you saw enough of me today. Now, first of all, let me thank the Eastern Cape South African Human Rights Commission team for, having the wisdom to convene this inquiry, an inquiry that is not only important for the province of Eastern Cape, but an inquiry that is very, very important for the whole country. It's not just a matter of education to do with the right to peaceful assembly and the right of students to, assemble and to associate and to protest, but really it goes to the heart of, some of the deep-seated issues that we are dealing with in South Africa. Number one, the relationship between protesters and the police. Number two, the relationship between, stakeholders and universities, how that relationship should be governed. But number three, the matter that we've been dealing with as a commission for some time, which is really, crowd management by the police, what is allowed, what is not allowed, which methods can be deployed and which methods should not be deployed. But as we said when we first met, we are also interested in educating and holding protesters accountable where we need to hold them accountable for, needing to peacefully assemble. So we look forward to the report, which, as I said, will have ramifications way beyond the province of Eastern Cape. We do know that you produce very, very good report. In fact, just last week, a report came out from the province on, the impact of bad road conditions on human rights. We do know that there was a Inyubeni report, which also influenced perhaps the demolition of the tavern, but also the inquiry that is taking place now. Late last year, there was the uniforms report. So without putting pressure on the team, there's a lot of expectations from the province. Dr. Carter, thank you for assembling a very good team. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you for your hard work. Advocate Letu, thank you so much for your expertise. Thank you so much for your time. But most importantly, thank you so much for the manner that we have been able to work together. I can confirm that, here and also offline, we have worked very well together. We've been able to agree on how we should proceed. We've been able to agree on how we should approach this inquiry. So thank you so much for your temperament, but also your spirit of cooperation. I also want to thank the technical team that made sure that the feed, the live stream feed is clear, that the public can, be able to follow what is happening, and that everything is transparent and everything is in the public. Thank you so much to the behind the scene technical team. We know that today you are experiencing bad weather in the province. So when there's been glitches, we know it's not because of the quality of the team, but it's because of this measure is really, beyond your control. Thank you so much for the translation. When we needed translation, it really assisted us a lot. But most importantly, I want to thank all the participants, starting with the students who came before us, who wanted not to be anonymous, who wanted their face to be seen and to state on the record what happened to them. But most importantly, who were able to be brave enough to say to us, this is what we want to see happening. This is what justice means for us, without prejudging anything, but they did express to us what justice would mean to them. The leadership of the students, we also want to thank them. We also want to continue to impress upon them the need for them to educate their members on the code of conduct, on de-escalating protests, but also to really thank them for their spirit of activism and their spirit of, participation. To the state officials from the community safety department, to IPID, to SEPS, to the Department of Health, but also to SEPS itself, we really want to thank you for your participation and for your open and frank submissions. To the Center for Applied Legal Studies at Wits University, as well as the Right to Protest Coalition, thank you so much for your time, but also for sharing with us some trends analysis of protests and also some of the latest jurisprudence in terms of the right to protest, in terms of crowd management and related issues. Thank you once again to everyone who was able to join us online, and on behalf of the Human Rights Commission and on behalf of my team, Naledi, Leanne, Deb Swartz, as well as Sikle Boy, who was with us at the beginning. We really want to thank you. PM, before you come in to give us the last word, let me hand over to Advocate for your closing remarks.
Thank you for the opportunity again to come and
We can't hear you, colleagues.
Can you hear us?
Yes, back now. Thank you.
Okay. Prof, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Hello, Prof. Oh, thank
Yes,
you
we
so
can
much.
hear
The
you.
reception is the reception is giving no mercy today, fortunately due to the weather. But hopefully the next time we meet, it will be better off. But thank you so much. It was a progressive day. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you so much. PM, if we can make your thank yous and also give us the next steps, please.
Thank you so much, Prof. And also just to echo your words, just to thank all the participants, specifically Council for coming to assist us with her knowledge and her expertise. It's really been a big privilege to work with her as well. Mine would be, Prof, to also thank you for your leadership, for chairing this panel, and for also taking us forward in a quest to further determination and provide some parameters, if need be, in order for students and members of the public to exercise their constitutional rights. So mine is just to thank everyone else as well, and especially the Eastern Cape team. Again, a stellar team to be able to work with. And from here, Prof, it is now the Commission's duty to follow up on some loose ends, some follow-up questions, which we will pose to the relevant respondents in writing. Once we receive those, and where relevant, they will be incorporated into our final report, so the members of the public will have insight into the responses as well. And we hope to, depending on when we receive the final responses, to then very quickly produce a report in order for us to take this discourse forward. Sure. So, Prof, without further ado, thank you so much again from my side for your leadership and your participation and your insights into this very important topic. I am going to just hand over back to you just for wrapping us up.
Thank you so much. If I can ask the Eastern Cape team, as well as the advocate, as well as my team, if we could meet not here, but on WhatsApp. So we will log off here and we'll meet on our WhatsApp group. That concludes the proceedings for today, and I declare the inquiry for today urgent. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.